sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Hello, boys. How's it going? How is everybody doing? I don't have any sound. Give me a second. There we go. What's up, fellas? It's been a month. It's been almost 5 weeks since I played Super Mega. So we're gonna play some Madden tonight. And oh yeah, here look. Short hair, man. Got my hair buzzed, no facial hair, all smooth. Anyway, so we're going to play Madden. We're going to do a relocation, I think. It kind of depends on what team we go with. I've been playing with Detroit and with Washington off camera, offline, and moved Washington to Toronto. So I don't think we're going to do that again. But I don't really know who to play. I don't really want to play the Broncos, even though that's my team. So I kind of need you guys to help me figure out who we're gonna go with, who we're gonna roll with on this. What I'm gonna do is show you guys how to play Unrealistic Madden football. We're going to do every contract cheat we can. Reset contracts, cut players out of their rookie deals and sign them to ridiculously low deals. I'm going to show you how to how to do all the stuff that Tips for Gamers taught me. So that's what we're going to do. Anyway, first things first, though, I guess I got to figure out which team I want to go with. I was kind of thinking about taking the Jets. Jaguars, I am going to use a real draft class this first year. We're starting right at the week of the Super Bowl. So if I go with like Jacksonville, then obviously we'll take Trevor Lawrence, and that'll be real. And then everything else will just be whatever the computer goes with. Otherwise, if I take a different team, then who knows who we're going to take, what we're going to end up with. But anyway, if you guys have any suggestions on which team you want to see me play, rather play a crappy team than a good team, just shout them out in the chat. We can see see what we can do with these rosters, get them built up. Washington's offense is horrendous. They do have a good defense. I don't know if Breeze is going to retire yet or not. kind of played with the Texans once or twice. I think I played with the Texans on Madden 20. Bears are kind of boring. Don't like their uniforms. Since he's got their stud quarterback, that would be cool. Buffalo. If I took Buffalo, I would move Buffalo to Toronto for sure. What's up, Jimmy? Gonna get some Madden in here, man. Happy birthday. Just trying to figure out which team to play as. As I said before, I've been playing with Detroit and Washington. I moved Washington to Toronto. So if there's any particular team you guys want me to play with, let me know. Shout it out, and we'll get started. We'll have some off-season free agency that we have to go through, and then we'll do the draft. I downloaded somebody's realistic draft class, so we'll have real people from this year's draft. But whatever you guys want, you guys pick, and we'll go from there. I don't know that they have the trades in here, though. So I think Goff is still with the Rams and Stafford is still with the Lions. So anyway, that's where we're at for now. I just got this game last week or so. I've been boycotting it. I actually bought the EA Play Pass instead of the game. So the game's technically free because I have access to all these other games. So it's $30 for the whole year. Anyway, I guess I need to really pick something. If you guys aren't going to pick for me, I'll have to pick somebody. So somebody that will be not too easy. Miami's defense is pretty decent. Atlanta would be tough. They got a bunch of old guys, especially in offense. Don't like the Giants. Jacksonville I've done before in the past, so I kind of know their players. Obviously, like I said, we do Trevor Lawrence as the first pick of the draft. But the Jets kind of, I think I'm going to go with the Jets. It's the team I kind of looked at before, so let's pick the Jets. And I am going to start out as the, can I do the owner or coach? We're not going to relocate. So let's use a custom coach. Hey Blaze, what's up, man? Doing good. First time streaming in a month, so I'm going to be the head coach instead of the owner. Well, that's definitely got me looking too old there. Shit. Let's see. Is it? Yep, I must have touched the capture card with my foot. I'll fix that. Give me a second. It sits on the floor by my trash can, and if I accidentally touch the wires or something, then it freezes up. It'll catch up here in a second. I'll have to wait for my TV to pop back on too. There we go. So, all right, let's try this again. There we go. Now it's working. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. No, I love to play the vertical power, and I like to use the Chargers playbook. So that's what we're going with. There it is. And defense, I don't remember. I'll have to fix this later because I don't remember. I need to look at their roster to see what their setup is, whether 3-4, 4-3. So we're just going to default to Zimmer right now. And we get to go set all this crap up. What I'm going to do is I'm not playing any games. We're not going to have any gameplay. We're going to do straight sim. We're going to sim the games. Fast sim, slow sim. Coach firing CPU only. Good, so I don't get fired. I also turn off superstar abilities because they're overpowered. Turn off pre-existing so that I don't have any guys that are out until first week of the season. I can't cut them in preseason. I also turn off practice squad stealing just because I do hard work to find guys. I don't want to have them stolen, so screw it. This is mine, my game, my rules, right? We're not going to regress the def. We're going to sim 11 minutes. And right now we're on full manual control. Turn this shit off. All right, and I'll have to go in and change sliders too. The only thing I really do on gameplay, it's usually 50 on everything except INTs. I turn INTs down to 35 because they're a little overpowered. And then progression, I have 3 different progression sliders that I use. I use one for like the first, where is it? First 5 seasons, then I bump it up the next 5, and then I bump it up after that even more so that these current NFL players that are in the league, and they're gone, the guys coming in behind them. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go with my second one first, and we'll use Mr. Hurricane's current sliders as after 5 years. So let's get in and look at this team. Is there any decent free agents out there? Young. Not signing any of these old guys. So we're going to go through some contract tips. Eli is always out here as a free agent. I'll have to look and see what their secondary looks like. So we still have Sam, and I'll think about making the actual trade or just keeping him and going. Flacco's going to get cut either way. He's not going to be on the team. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to do quick seasons. We're basically going to do signings, trading, drafting, sim the games, get through the season, churn the seasons out as quick as we can. At some point, I'll just call it quits, whether it's 5 or 10 years in. I have another thing we're going to do with I'll pick a team, and we'll trade off their starting quarterback, and I will go find a 59 overall quarterback off the free agent pile and make him the starter, and prove to you that the quarterback ratings really don't mean shit in this game on the sim, because he'll put up 3,000 yards and do just as well at 59, and you don't have to pay him anything. All right, so we definitely need a halfback for next season. That's good. There's tons of those in the draft. They don't have a fullback. Crowder, if we get rid of Crowder, we'd save $10 million and only have a $1 million penalty. We could actually get him back cheap as a free agent player. Perriman just signed. Mims is a rookie. I'm going to show you what to do with him. I'll show you how to get out of these rookie contracts and sign them to uber cheap contracts too. Herndon's good. Mekhi, yeah, we don't want to pay $13.6 million bonus for him. We'll get out of that. Give me a second. I'll take care of all of that in week 4 of the preseason. McGovern, we can't get out of that deal. Man, Van Roten's getting cut. And Fant might. We have to redo their whole entire offensive line. All right, so what is this guy? He's a speed rusher, right? He's a run stopper. So speed and power on the outside, which means you have run in the middle. How big is this guy? He's 30 years old. He's going to regress. He still might get kicked into the middle. Yeah, he's 26. He'll play. He can at least back it up in the middle. Frankie's always on the free agent pile. CJ's old and he's got a huge ass penalty. How many more years does he have left? Or did he just sign a contract? Yeah, that's a terrible contract. We're going to have to play Cashman. Hell, Cashman might even kick out to outside. What is he? I can play him anywhere. All right. I like when they're balanced like that. Poole, Austin, Hall. I just picked up Rice Hall in my Lions one. They got some young guys that are workable. He's getting cut. Need a kicker too. Whatever our picks. 2 firsts, 2 thirds, 2 fifths. All right, we got a lot of picks to use. That's good because this is a good draft class. All right. Let's get to the offseason and see who we got to sign and get rid of. Damian Wilson was the MVP. Chiefs beat the Bucs in this year's version of the Super Bowl. All right. All right, who retired? Chad Henne. Drew Brees finally retired. Phillip Rivers, McCown. Hoyer looks like a bunch of backups. All right, we have 23 guys. This should be bloody. See how fast we can get through this. Marcus May wants $29 million over 4 years. $7 million over 1 year. I can live with that. He's an 81. He's not going to regress until next year, so I'll say yes. And he's not interested, of course. No. Perriman wants $11 million. Nope. It's up revamp. Well, wide receivers are a dime a dozen in this game. I can get just as good for a whole lot cheaper. No, thank you. Jordan Jenkins, 27 years old. You know what? I'm saying fuck all these guys. Not paying these guys. We're gonna shed a bunch of contracts. Flacco, Guidry's good. I'll take Guidry. See if he signs for that. Thank you. He's really fast. Nope. You're a star. You're 28, but you're only 68. Frankie, 2 years. Is he even a fit? No, he's a speed rusher. He's right outside. What's Jenkins? He's a power rusher. He kicked Frankie over to the right side. How close is he to a power rusher? He's tolerable. What's up, Cincy? We're going to let him go. Josh Adams, no. Chase McLaughlin, yeah, we'll sign that. What is this kick power, first of all? Thank you for the resubscribe. Appreciate that. 93 power, 70 accuracy. Yeah, I can do better than that. We are going to let all of these guys go. We're not re-signing a single one of them. 62, 60, 55. We're going to let all of these guys go. We're going to have a lot of signing to do. Marcus May, $30 million over 4 years. Man, I really don't want to pay that. 4 years. This means by the time his contract is up, he's going to be in the mid-70s, even if I boost him. Thank you, Jimmy. Even if I boost him over the next 2 years, he's still going to be, 4-year deal. We'll see if he takes it. Nope. All right, we're done. Everybody's going to be a free agent. This team's getting decimated, which is not a bad thing. All right. Let's see how much money we have to deal with. We only have 40 players. Nope, that's wrong. By the way, I turned off the music in the background because I don't want any DMA strike, so we'll just turn off the sound. You have to listen to my voice. All right, so salaries. We have $104 million. And Darnold has 1 year left. If I cut him, we save $4 million, get a penalty of $5 million, so we basically lose $500,000. It's an option. I might just keep him around as a backup. Gonna need a halfback for sure. Gonna need a fullback, wide receivers. Crowder, if I cut Crowder, I save $10 million and I only hit I'm going to cut him. Actually, what I'm going to do is trade him away. Let's see if anybody wants Crowder. This is the best time to make trades because all of their teams, look at this, the Bears only have 37 players. What are their needs? They have a wide receiver. Let's just find a team that needs a wide receiver because they're so easy to come by in this game. Nobody's going to need one probably. And there's so many free agents out there. Trading this game is ridiculously easy. Lions need one. Is that because they let Galladay go? Oh, yeah. How much do you give me for Crowder? How about a 2? We've already got 2 1s. But I give you a 6. Boom. All right, just picked up a number 2 and shed $10 million. There's plenty of wide receivers. Mims needs to play. Herndon's only got 1 year left. That's fine. Becton, we're going to get out of that contract and re-sign him. He's only got 2 years. $7 million is terrible. $10 million penalty. Lewis is a candidate to get cut too. Kind of depends on what's out there as free agents. We are not paying $3.5 million for a 68 overall player. Fant, 68. I might have to play him. Who's my left tackle? Becton's left. Yeah, we're not paying. We're not. All right, he's. All right, I gotta fix something. Hold on. It's telling me. Gotta fix my coach. Not West Coast run. It's vertical power run. Base 3-4, 3-4 under. Disguise 3-4. Man-to-man hybrid, speed, power, cover. Base 3-4. Speed, power. Oh, what do I want to do? Speed and power rushers. Ends are power rushers. We only got run stoppers in the middle. Pass cover. Yeah, we're going to go with Disguise 3-4. Give me a multiple 3-4. Denver. Thanks, Blaze. I hate having run stoppers on the on defensive line and ends. I want them to run. I need power guys. Power works better than finesse. There we go. Good. So now I got to go back to my offensive line and figure out Becton. He's more power than pass protect, but that's okay. He's at least 75 on his pass protect, so that's fine. This guy's power, which is his strength, so he's serviceable, but I still might cut him. McGovern, this guy an agile. Yeah, we'll have to get his power up. I hate agile guys. They are horrible to find. When you find them in the draft, all the stuff you use to find good offensive linemen doesn't work for them. Udoga. Fant. I don't want to pay him. I might kick him in. Yeah, I might do that. Go ahead and kick him in the guard. Just gives me a starter. We're going to rework this offensive line. Come on. Just now we got 5 starters. All right, Mayer. Power rusher's good. He's only off by 1. That's good. Anderson. All right, he's fine. Plenty of power rushers. 66 is going away. Quinnen can handle that. That's good. I don't have to push up his speed. Shepard's good. All right. We got a lot of guys to work with there. Good run stopper. Taylor. He's serviceable right now, but he's going to get replaced. Zuniga. Power rusher at 24. That's good. Those are hard to come by. He's not the greatest. So we got Mosley and Callahan in the middle. That's fine. Dawkins is going away. So we need pretty much everything. We have a decent start to a secondary. Not great, but my Discord is going off. I need to turn it off. Give me a second. It's driving me nuts. I'm hearing the chirp in my ear in the background. All right. Davis is starting. That's good. Need a strong safety also. And a kicker. He's okay. So let's go back to this. We've got 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, a 4, and 2 5s. Not bad. We're going to need every one of those picks. It says we have 85 million. All right. Not taking Kaepernick. Trubisky. Need a decent backup. That 59 is nah. Let's see what we can do with Rosen. This is what I've learned from Tips for Gamers. You're going to see a lot of contracts just like this, even for guys that are superstars and stars and X Factors. You'll be shocked at the number of guys that will take this contract. I just got Nick Chubb for this contract the other night. He was X Factor, best player in the free agent class, and he signed 7 years, $550 a year, no bonus. Rosen may not take this, but we're going to offer it to him anyway. Need a halfback. Carson's only 26, Max 25. There's plenty of them in the draft too, but I want 2. I need 2. I'm looking at age right now. This is how we're going to get a bunch of cheap backups so we can spend money on real players. Geis should sign for that. And we'll also try to hit up Leonard Fournette because he's only 26 years old and I could live with him as my starter if I don't draft somebody in the draft, especially since we have 2 1s and 2 2s. There's going to be halfbacks out there. I mean, we're using a real draft class, so you know what's out there in this year's draft. I need a fullback. Really don't want to have to draft one. You can trade for them pretty easy. If you go pick up 3 running backs off the free agent pile, you can get the best fullback in the game for 3 halfbacks. It's pretty easy to do. Wide receiver, Robinson, Chris Godwin. Watch. The guys I'm interested in, if they don't sign for this, I will come back and give them more of an inline contract of what they're worth. But the first 2 weeks of free agency, I don't offer them anything that they're wanting. I offer them what I want them to sign for, and then we'll see what happens from there. Because if they don't sign after the first, actually, if they have nobody bidding, if they have nobody bidding like that, no one's bidding on Will Fuller either. Galladay. I'd rather find somebody closer to 25. Hey, is that Archie? Thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Josh Reynolds isn't bad. This is why I didn't re-sign some of these guys. Lazard. John Ross. There we go. I got Ross all the way up to an 80-something with the Lions. Just put him in the slot with his speed and let him go. Plus he returns kicks. All right, let's go back up to the top. I know he's old, but we're only going to, if he takes his contract, we can cut him at any time we want or trade him off for a draft pick later. We don't have to. That's the best thing about having no signing bonus. I'm not locked into anybody. I can get rid of anybody at any time and wait until you see what we do with the rookies. Got Herndon. I need a third tight end. Just needs to be a backup, although he could start. Right now I'm just looking for guys 25, 26, somewhere in that range. I want to keep them around for like 3 years. I like Dan Arnold. I get Arnold a lot. He's always available. All right, Becton's good. We don't need any of these guys, but they could slide over to right tackle. Anybody young? He's agile. Do not like agile. With Simile, need guys with no bids. Is he a power? He's pretty even. He'd be a decent backup for a year or two. Or however long I want to keep him since he's got no bonus to pay out. Guess I picked the right team when I chose the Jets because their team was horrendous and we can just cut all the shit off of it. like to get as many of these backups signed, so I don't have to draft these guys in the draft. We're going for nothing but starters in the draft. Guess there's nobody young at this point. We got a young starter at 69. Andrew Wiley would be a good backup at... Yeah, he can back me up at tackle and guard. 69 across the board. I like those guys that are balanced, because then it doesn't matter what offense you run, what position they play, they can cover it. When you get guys that are like 75, 63, 62, they're horrible if they don't play the exact correct position in the correct offense. Williams, Fluker, Gilbert. We're actually going to go after Williams. And I'm not going to do the cheap, really cheap contract. We're going to actually give him a little bit of cash. But only 1 year. 15 points. Shit, I'd be better off giving him... You get twice as many points for offering him the worst contract. Isn't that funny? Their logic for signing players is completely broken, so I'm going to use it to my advantage. Alright, left end. Got two guys. I don't need another one. We got a young guy that's third on there. We do need at least 2 more tackles. I'm looking at these younger guys as straight backups. I'll try and go after one of the older guys as my second D tackle. I'd like somebody I could put on there to back up that I can develop. So let's go back to the top. Thomas. Let's add Thomas to the list. Try him as our number 3, so he'll back up both of the starters. Well, New England kind of killed him. Gino's a superstar. I turned off all of the X Factor stuff, so it really doesn't matter. No one's going after Gerald, so we'll just throw him a bid. He's a top guy listed. There's plenty of these old guys that can fill in for a year. And if we find somebody in the draft, then we got a really good, inexpensive backup that we can just get rid of when he starts regressing. Right end, I think we're good. There's not a whole lot out here anyway. This is the problem with power rushers. They're never power rushers in the free agent list. They're always gone. And there's never any young ones. Let me see if there's any power rushers on the right side. I don't think there will be. Usually not found on the right side. There's one, but he's a 67. Yeah, so we'll just have to eat it. All right, Ibukam. Just played with Anzalone. Doesn't have the rushing. Does he have speed? No. He's only a one-dimensional guy. What's up, Daniel? Alright, so this guy can play the run and speed rush, so I don't have to pour all of his points into evening him out. Most of these guys we're not going to get, but at least take a shot at them. Any younger guys. A couple of 26-year-olds. We'll just come back later. Alright, corner. Definitely need corner. And this is a case where don't be shocked if I get J.C. Jackson for this deal. Corners are really easy to get in this game as free agents. It's amazing. This is a case where I wish I had music playing in the background, but 26. Sidney Jones in the slot. He's very balanced. I'll take that. Might take 2 weeks of me simming through the off season to get some of these guys to commit, but it's kind of like, what's up, Breezes? We're doing contract cheats on free agents here. We'll offer King too. They usually don't sign this deal the first week. They sign it in week 2 or week 3 if they don't have any bids. And some of these guys, that's why I'm not bidding on anybody that has already got a bid on them, because one, they're not going to, this contract's not going to make up the list, and they're going to sign with somebody anyway. Let's try and get this secondary up. So I don't have to draft any. So we have at least one strong thing on the team. It can be the defense. It's up. And then they'll let us focus on building the offense for the next 2-3 years. I'm not opposed. Charvarius Ward is always available. I'm overbidding on these corners because I want to make sure I get at least 4 guys that are 75 or higher on the roster. I usually go with five corners total. It's kind of like wide receivers. There are always going to be a bunch of them. Glad I didn't pick up Eli. All right, free safety. Davis will be fine. Malik Hooker's out there. Is anybody that's younger that's... How close is Tedrick? I just need him to back up. I don't need him to start. Some of these guys I definitely need as starters, but I'm having much better luck finding guys on defense. All right, so Marcus May was the guy we let go. Keanu Neal is 26. He's 28. What is that? $5 million a year. Let's see what it is compared to their offer. I don't like the way they did this now. They took the number away, so you really can't tell how close that is. What was that again? He wants $5 million a year. May, who we just had, wants $6 million a year. How about we give you less than that? We're going to go all the way down. This is repetitive and boring, but it serves a purpose, man. The more you can get of these guys on your team, that's 7 years of paying them nothing. You should never overpay for your backups. Figures Justin Evans. Anybody cheaper? There we go. Brooks will be fine. Just need a warm body. Alright, need a kicker. And Will Lutz. You're probably going to have to bump him up. He may not even take this deal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer him this deal. And he's probably not going to take it. But I'm going to go find somebody else down here, a younger guy. Like Joey Sly. Who probably will take it. The only problem with Sly is his accuracy. He's got 99 kick power, so he can kick it from high 50s. He's a star at 23, that's fine. Alright, let's go back to the top. Let's throw Chris Carson on here too, so I don't have to, if he takes this, then I don't have to draft a starter. Otherwise, I'll be looking to draft one of these guys to start right away. And we will get to the draft tonight. I'm using a draft class off Madden Share that I've already used before. Don't have the stats memorized or anything, but at least I know it's decent for what we're going to use it for. Galladay, Gronkowski. No one's offering him. He can always play strong if I need to. Let's just go ham on this, guys. Need to see how many contracts I've actually offered. You know, it's a 5-year deal, so he may take this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 guys, 84 or higher. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. All right, we've offered 28 contracts. Let's see how many of them say yes. This is like getting commits. Hey, got the kicker. Told you Sly would take that deal. So now I can go back and remove Lutz. Don't need him. All right, so Godwin got an offer, $65 million from the Jets. Or I'm sorry, from the Dolphins. Carson hasn't. Jackson got an offer. He wants $48 million. I'm going to take these two off for now. King, yeah. My whole point for making these bids was to see if anybody would slip through the cracks. And you can see there are a lot of players that are still getting no bids. We're the only bidder. I can up that bid. So all of these guys still have just one bid from us. All right, so Godwin, $65 million. I don't want to pay that. I could pay Will Fuller. He's a couple years older. We're going to offer him the same deal and see what he says. All right, $36 million. He's 1 year younger and he wants $12 million more. So here's another thing you can do. All right, so he wants $9.31 million. Let's see where that puts us. $9.31 million. Or not even close. All right. Where does that put us? Not even close. All right. $45 million. They're going to wait. Oh, let's see. Barat, no. Nobody wants Darius Williams. I'll take him. Another trick you can do, these younger guys, I'll show you. I'll go do it with one of them, is to load their contract with signing bonus. So basically you would give him $550K, and then the signing bonus would be pushed up to whatever makes it the fair offer. So like in this case, he wants 9.89 million. So I would give him a signing bonus of like 9.5 million. If you do it over multiple seasons, it flattens their contract. So instead of they go from 6 to 8 to 10 to 12, they go 9 straight across. It's flat. You don't have this jumping up and down garbage jacking up your salary cap. They're nice and flat. Works with quarterbacks too really well. We'll give Corey Davis an offer because we still need more than just one top wide receiver. We need probably 3 more. There's plenty to draft though. I'm going to tell you right now, picking 2, if I have to choose between Wilson and Fields, I'm taking Fields. Poole is an 81 corner. I know these guys are old, but that's why you offer them this shit deal. I need bodies. Only takes a couple of guys. Hooker's a free safety. See if Zach wants that deal. I'll play him for a year or 2. He can hang around as a backup for this contract. Get a year of starting and then let him play backup role. Find somebody else. This will be the only season that I do a draft with real draft class. After that, we're just going to go with Madden guys. Alright, so Rosen didn't like my deal because he didn't. He signed with somebody. No, there he is. We'll give it to Kyle Allen too. I got both these guys. I think it was the Lions. Was the Lions? I had both these guys as backups. Got Carson, Fournette, and Geis, right? Yeah. Fuller, Davis, Hilton. Villanueva can play right tackle. Alright, so now it's time to go in here and just start getting guys to fill spots. Any of these guys? Yeah, Mustafa offered him. What did Wiley want? He wanted $3 million. Yeah, don't really want to pay that. Tamar Dotson, 6'9". Coy and Thomas. Really don't want to pay that much money for a 29-year-old who's going to regress. Has Bowser got any power? He could work on the other side, though. Boy, his ratings took a drop. He was like in the mid 70s. This guy was easy to get into the 80s. He's 28. He's 26 years old. All right, let's try it with him. He doesn't want a whole lot of money. So he wants $5 million for 2 years. Average contract is $5 million. So let's do it this way. Actually, all right. So this contract is $11 million. Where does that come out? Way down there. All right. So let's fix that. So he wants $11 million. And we weren't anywhere close to those guys, so we're going to have to jack this up to this and see where that lands us. 122 points, so we're way ahead. All right. So we can back that off. Let's drop it to 5.5. So $12 million. Where's that get? We're still in the lead. All right. Let's drop it even more. $10 million. That's closer. So we're paying him $5 million a year. Let's jack it up to a 3-year contract. And see where that gets us. This guy wants $45 million over 5 years. How close is that? 90 points. So we're way behind. All right. So he wants 45.7. Try 41 and see how close that is. All right, it puts us in second. All right. So that's still $4 million less than what he wanted. It's $4 million less, and it'll be a flatter contract. So just to make sure he takes this, we'll bump this up. We'll just make it an even 8. All right. So we're still $3 million less. 108 points. Gets us in first. And now we jacked it up to 7 years. You don't pay any signing bonus after year 5. He should go for that. So we're going to get him all the way through his 31-year-old age. What's up, Jimmy? Get him through his 31-year-old age. by then he's going to be in the 90s, so he won't regress that much. Especially if we can get some scenarios and get him up to a superstar or an X Factor. So we're only paying him $15 million more for 2 extra years. Yeah, we're paying more in bonus, but it's a flat contract. Nobody wants Tony Jefferson. I'll take Tony Jefferson. And let's lower this contract since nobody wants him. In fact, we'll just give you no bonus. What do you think of that, Tony? But I'll give you $2 million a year for 3 years with no bonus. All right. Let's see where we stand after week 2. Got to go over import local file. It is 2021 draft monkey man. Since we started with the Super Bowl, we're not going to get to scout these guys very well. It's not like we need to anyway. Probably want to actually go out of the first round. Look at guys beyond the first round. We got 2 picks in the first round. Do it this way. Some of these guys, they have stars for their names because stupid Madden won't let you. Like this guy's name, I can't remember what his name is. Dickerson, I think, is his name, right? And it won't let you use Dickerson because Dick is in there, and it's a banned word. There's another linebacker's name is Cox. Won't let you use him either. I had to change in one of the other dynasties. I had to change the spelling to Kahx, so I could put Cox in there. Stupid ass Madden. It's just ridiculous. Let's see. I know Togai was good for me. What position has 11? That's DBs. Okay. Now Stearns. All right. Let's advance and see who we get. We got a shit ton of guys. Anybody gonna sign? Yes, we got Chris Carson for 7 years for $550,000 a year. We got the free safety that I gave him that huge ass bonus, but a flat contract. Wouzier said no. That's okay. We got Rosen as our real backup quarterback. We got T.Y. Hilton for that same contract. We got Assimile for the same contract. And we got Thomas. Let's go look at our team now. Oh, right. So we got Josh Rosen. You can see 470 and nothing. Here, let me look at. Let's do it this way. Let's go look at their salary page, and you'll see what this contract does, and you'll see what that free safeties contract looks like. All right, so Josh Rosen, as you can see, very low amount. Chris Carson, same exact contract. We got an 87 overall halfback for $3.85 million. And we can trade him away at any time we want. T.Y. Hilton. Worst case is he's a number 2. Right? Mims is going to play. We're going to move a simile over to right. Let's go, Madden. So Lewis is still starting at left guard for now. Here, Solomon Thomas. 26 years old, making nothing. Still need outside linebackers. There you go. This is what I'm talking about right here. Look at that. It's flat. It only goes up 300,000 over 5 years. It's probably longer than that. Because I gave him a 7-year deal, right? So I structured his contract. Look at this. So 11.5, 11.5, 11.6, 11.7, 11.8. And look at his last 2 years. 760,000 and 980,000 because he has no bonus money those 2 years. So he's just getting his 550K spread out. So once he starts regressing, I can cut him at any point. He doesn't cost me anything if I want to keep him as a backup, and I don't owe him anything. So that's how you structure those deals. You can do that with Patrick Mahomes too. All that shit comes from Tips for Gamers, man. If you're not following them, you should. Let's move this guy to strong safety. And now we got 2 starters. And we got our kicker making nothing for 7 years. All right. Told you this shit works. I just got Chris Carson. Yeah, we're not taking any 5th-year options. Yeah, no. One thing this game doesn't do that I wish it would be to tell you what that 5th-year option contract is. It doesn't say anything. It gives you zero help as far as figuring out what that price is. There's absolutely no help. All right, let's scout all of these. All these second-round guys. All right, so we got some busts and we got some guys that are first-round picks and later round, second round. That's good. Let's go back to our free agents. This is our last chance to get these guys. So somebody bid on Fuller, that's fine. Bid on Williams, bid on Davis, Ertz, Poole. McCoy's still sitting out there. This is fine. Don't need Allen anymore. Still need a backup, starter. He'd be a backup. Okay, so need some more wide receiver help. Marvin Jones. These younger guys. Yep, Demarcus Robinson. I'm going to give him a little bit more to try and entice him to sign. I'm still not going to give him a bonus, but we'll bid him up to $650 instead of $7. Kendrick Bourne also. Even though Mims is going to be lower than them in his overall, he's still going to start. I'll probably put him at slot. And there's plenty of guys in the draft. I can grab one second. I got 2 second-round picks. Maybe grab one at the end of the first as well. One-year deal. This guy should sign. He's old and he doesn't want a whole lot of money anyway. Once we get past this off-season garbage, we can get into playing some games. This guy's always available. And Gilbert's always available. Worst case is he's a halfway decent backup because he's pretty, flat. His ratings are flat. There's not one skewed higher than the other, and I can play him all the way across the line. 6'6" isn't too high. Isn't too tall. Any of these power rushers, light. I could flex them out to outside linebacker. Trent Murphy. Ryan Kerrigan. See if this guy could play outside linebacker. This is the most tedious part, and I wasn't expecting the Jets to have so many players get cut. And normally you only got to deal with 2 or 3 or 4 guys most that you really want to go after, but yeah, this is very tedious. Beckwith is almost always available too. Problem is some of these guys aren't going to sign now, and they're just going to go to free agency, and you have to pick them up there. We'll just live with it. You would think some of these guys could actually rush. All right, this guy's, he's not bad. He's kind of even across the board. He won't be able to play power rusher, but he could play right outside linebacker. And we could always bring in Trevathan to play middle and kick, what's his face, out the outside. What's up, Revamp Man? I know this is boring for you guys to sit around and watch, but we got to get this shit done so I can get on to the draft. Yeah, they're wanting me to go after all these old guys. All right, let's get out of this. We'll know what we need for the draft once we get through this. Hopefully we get several guys out of this. All right, we got Patrick Peterson to play corner. Got Trevathan to play middle. He's either going to back up or start. Poole said no. Charvarius Ward said yes. Beckwith said yes. He's a backup. Look at that. Demarcus Robinson took it. Leonard Fournette took it. Darius Geis. And John Ross. All of those contracts. All right, so our new backfield is Chris Carson, Leonard Fournette, Darius Geis. Sorry, Rodney Anderson. You are gone. P. Ryan. You are gone. And Johnson. You're a 2-year player. I might keep you and put you on the practice squad as my 4th one. Didn't get a fullback. So we have Hilton, Demarcus Robinson, John Ross, Barrios, Mims. This guy's gone. Scott's 26. No. All right. That's our wide receiver core to start with. Still need a tight end. Got my tackle, got a guard, center. Got to work on offensive line in the draft. Still need another D tackle. All right, Cashman. I don't know what his power rushing and speed rushing is, but we're going to slide him out to one side or the other and see what he does. Start on left just to see what his ratings are. All right, so run stopper, pass speed. He's a better right outside linebacker. So let's move him over to right outside then. A little old on the linebackers, so we'll have to deal with that next year. Zuniga may have to start. Corners, though, Peterson, Ward, Austin Hall, Guidry. Brown's gone. So that's tolerable. Got a good free safety, decently young got there. So let's go to the depth chart and have it tell us the all right, so our offensive line is still a work in progress. Still need another tight end. Wide receivers are just placeholders for now. We do have some good running backs, so at least that's something. Fournette may end up playing fullback. Actually, I don't need a fourth tackle. If I could upgrade Taylor, I will. Still need to see what we can do in the secondary, and definitely linebackers. Got old guys here. He's playing out of position. Pardon me. It's a start. All right, let's go back and scout some more guys. We're skipping all these first rounders because they should all be good, right? There we go. And I wasted 5 points. All right, so before I go into the draft, what I like to do is go in here on the upgrade chart. Let me see if I can get this going on mine. So I'm going to do a little type in here and just talk over this. So they're saying I need to upgrade quarterback, right outside linebacker, fullback, right tackle, left outside linebacker. I like to use this as a guide to figure out what needs to be upgraded the quickest, the fastest. And it also, I use it to keep track of guys that are getting up there in age at certain positions, like middle linebacker. So I have a chart that I'm going to show you in a minute, and what I'll do is I'll put in their numbers from the depth chart, so I know how many guys they have at each position and what their ratings are, and if they are 28 or older. 28's where I start. And that helps me focus. Yeah, homework, right? So let's go to quarterback first. Right outside. Don't have a split screen set up for this. Otherwise, I would show you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So I'll just have to show you when I'm done. I have no fullback. I'll just pick one off waivers. I'm not going to draft one. Oops, too far. And like with Madden, like with NCAA, I usually do this by hand. I just write it down on paper. But I'm going to show you this all typed out so you can get a visual of it. Luckily, our secondary is pretty young outside of Patrick Peterson. And 30. Well, thank you. Appreciate the follow. Hitting me in the most boring part of the entire stream is going through and setting up our depth chart for the draft, which we will start very shortly. As soon as I get through this, put it up on screen, walk you guys through it, I will show you what I'm doing right now. Makes it a little easier. It's on one table, one chart, one table. If you guys follow me for NCAA football, it'll look somewhat familiar. Not exactly the same. Doesn't have all the pretty colors and everything, but we cleaned house on the halfbacks, though. All right, gotta do punters and kickers and type in my draft picks. All right, almost done. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So let's line all of these up. All right, so there you go. So this is what I've been looking at. You can see my Mizzou background back there. So it's telling me, the game is telling me, that I need to upgrade these positions in this order. So as you can see, Darnold's my starting quarterback. I only have him for another year, so I don't really need. I have no ties to him, so he can go away. We just got Josh Rosen as that 65 backup. Right outside linebacker. That's where we just moved, what's his face? Let me see. Drawing a blank on his name. Yeah, just moved Cashman out there to right outside. You have no fullback. We got a 29-year-old right tackle that's only a 68. We got a young 68 left outside linebacker. 32-year-old right guard. He's just holding a spot. We need a third tight end. We need another backup guard, backup tackle, backup center. Those guys in the middle are getting old. They're all old. Relatively old, especially the 28-year-old. He's relatively old. Defensive end, the 74 is the one that's 30 years old. D-tackle's fine. If I could upgrade the third one, I will. Corners are really good outside of Peterson being 31. So that'll definitely be a place to upgrade next year. Strong safeties, the guy we just moved over from free. Middle linebacker. We have two old guys, Mosley and Trevathan. So that's got to get upgraded at some point. Wide receiver, Ty is the only one that's 31. Everybody else is younger, so we got a good base to start with there. Just need to get some top-end talent. We can always go after them in the draft or next year's free agents. Left tackle's good and young, so that's good. Right end is good and young. Free safety is the guy we just signed to that deal that's $11 million a year for 5 years, and then his salary drops off a cliff after that. Halfback, we got Carson and Fournette and Geis, all three of those guys for those uber cheap contracts. We're not paying anything to our running backs. And this guy's Johnson's probably going to go on practice squad, so his contract will get reset. And then we have young punter and kicker. And then our picks, we have 1-2, 123, 34th pick, 41st pick, 66, 87. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the top 100. So fourth round's the only round we don't have 2 in, and we don't have a 6th or a 7th. So we'll just go from there. And as we draft these guys, I'll type in the draft picks on the spreadsheet, keep track of them, so that each year we can go back and look and see what our depth chart was and what our draft picks were at the time of draft. So that is that. So let me go back to my live cam so we can go back to the roster and get into the draft. So now we know what our needs are. Now, normally what I would do is go in here on this draft class, because I usually scout the entire third rounds 1 through 3. Every single player gets fully scouted, and then I'll selectively scout guys 4, 5, 6, 7. And if there's nothing good from the 4th round on, I just trade out. So, but normally what I would do would be go to whoever I've scouted, and okay, so this guy's a first round pick. I would add him to my board, add more, Friarmouth. All right, and so then on the draft board, I'm going to sort these guys by their letter grades. So Elijah, A-, A-, A- is higher than A-, B+, B+, and I would slide him down there. And so what I do is I list all of the first round picks together, all the guys that have the little diamond over there, the first round diamond. I'll list all those together, and then I sort them by the letter grade. And if there's a tie in the letter grade, they get sorted by the combine. They're not going to have a combine because this is a custom class. And I do that for every single round for all the guys that I have scouted. And what that does is it shows me players that, like Elijah Moore, it says he's an early 2nd rounder, but his talent is late 1st. Friarmouth says mid-2nd, late 1st. Horn, early 2nd, late 1st. So what you want to do is you're looking for guys in the 3rd and 4th and 5th round that say, early 4th, but their talent level is late 1st. So that means I can wait. I can pick him up in the 3rd round. I don't need to take him right away, and I can focus on getting players that are going to come off the board quicker, early, and get the sleepers later. So that's how I set up my board. You'll see that much better once we get into a future season and I scout all these players. But for right now, we're just going to skip forward and we're going to do this draft for anybody who's still here paying attention. Let's go back to free agency and see what we didn't get. So McCoy, none of these guys wanted my contract that I offered, and that's okay. Rather than come and be on a team, they're going to go to free agency. But these are the guys I did sign. So you can see 7 years, 3.85. Paid Marcus Williams $59 million. Peterson, we paid him a 1-year deal. Robinson, we paid him slightly more. We paid him $650,000 instead of $550 because I wanted him to sign. Needed to get a body in camp. And Beckwith was the same way. But everybody else, dirt cheap. Filled in all of our needs, all of our backups. Now I don't have to take a running back at all, which is good because then I can focus on taking players at positions that are more meaningful. I think Robinson signed for $71 million. No thanks. All right. So now we can skip forward and start drafting. And we pick second. So this is the regular draft class. So we're going to get this spreadsheet ready. We'll skip, and they should take Trevor Lawrence. Yes. All right. And now I'm up to pick. And if we had a quarterback, I would take Penei Sewell and not even think twice. But since we absolutely need a quarterback, and here's where I could trade Darnold right now. And that's what I'm going to do. Anybody interested? Oh, there's a green. The Colts. The Colts want Sam Darnold. They don't have a quarterback. They have Andy Dalton. All right. How about you give me your number 2? I'll take just a number 2. Almost. Anybody else? I'll have to come back. I don't want to trade any picks. Saints don't have a quarterback because Breeze retired. And they don't pick until 28. They have no quarterback on their roster. All right, well, give me your 28th pick then. And they can't. They're 1.7 over the cap. So now I got to find somebody on their team worth 1.7 million that we can take back. Fullback? No. Guard, center. $6 million. I'm not trading for him. Wow, it's going to be difficult. They don't have anybody that they're all overpaid. Way overpaid. They're hosed. All right. All right, so we're back to the Colts. Let's try this again. They don't want to trade for a second. Almost. What do they need? Left end, right end. Do we have any ends we can trade them? We could unload Henderson's $9 million. Keep Kyle Phillips. I want more than that though. Give me your 4th. 2 and a 4 for these guys. All right. 2 and a 5. Give me your 6th and your 7th. They're smart. They're just like Carolina. They only want to give up a 3rd round pick. All right, give me a 3 and a 6, 3 and a 5. Give me another 5. Right? They won't do it for a 3 and a 4. There's no way. They did. All right, I just picked up a 3 and a 4 for Sam Darnold. All right. Go back in here. 385. So we gotta adjust this. And what was that? 118. So now we have 2 picks in every round through the first 5 rounds. And I'm going to take Fields. And says we reached. They have him ranked 19th in true value. He's got a hidden dev. And he's a 74. We will look at their dev. Pardon me, when the draft is over. I don't believe in sitting and waiting through the whole year to figure out what these guys are. I want to know what they are. You know what the normal dev guys are. Why shouldn't you know what the other guys are? It's really kind of stupid. All right, let's go. Next pick. Dolphins take Jamar Chase. They haven't traded that pick. Atlanta takes Sewell. If I had a quarterback, I'd have definitely taken Sewell. Pitts goes to the Bengals. Devonta Smith to the Eagles. Lions take Waddle. Carolina takes Slater. Denver with Parsons. Wilson and Lance are still out there. One thing I wish Madden would do is these guys would trade up during the draft. There's really no trading unless you do it in the draft. There's no surprise trade ups or anything. I know some of these teams have to need a quarterback. There we go. Chicago takes Zach Wilson. 20th. All right. Well, we don't need Najee and we don't need the quarterbacks. Definitely need a guard. He's 22 years old. Wyatt Davis is 22. Both late rounders. Didn't scout either one. Don't really know. Elijah Vera Tucker or Wyatt Davis. Don't have a combine to go off of, so we're just going to guess. And I'll go with Vera Tucker. And he's a bust. He's a 71, but he is hidden dev. Steelers take a quarterback? Nope. Jaguars. Wyatt Davis was a 71. He was the other guy I was looking at. And the Saints don't take a quarterback. They don't have one on the roster, and they didn't take one in the first round. That's amazing. All right, so we could fill our need at tight end. We could go get one of these. We could go get Elijah Moore as a first-round wide receiver. This guy is a speed rush. We need a speed rush on the right side. He's 6'5", and he's only 21 years old. Mid-second. Elijah's late first. He's a little guy. Late first. Late second. Don't really need the power rushing left in. Need somebody that's higher than late second. Alright. Doesn't look like we're going to get any of those guys. None of those guys are worth a crap. These are all busts as far as that goes. Ojolari's A+ hit power. He could play right outside linebacker. Yeah, let's take him. 72 hidden dev. Aziz. It wouldn't let you put in Aziz because Aziz is too close to ass. Are you kidding me? It says left outside, but he's going to play right outside on the team. He's a 72. So far I've drafted 3 hidden dev players, so not too bad. Good development at least. So he's a 72. That means I can move what's his face over. Najee goes to the Falcons. That'd be good for them. And Freiermuth goes to Miami. He's a 73. So what did I draft? I drafted a 74, 71, and 72. Okay. They really want me to take this wide receiver, don't they? I really need more offensive line. Defensive tackle. Power rushing left end wouldn't be bad. But I'm going to go ahead and take the wide receiver. Elijah Moore. A's across the board. 73 hidden dev. Got another hidden dev player. He can replace the guy at the bottom of the list, one of those 72s. So we're going to have Mims and Moore as our guys in the future. It's not too bad. Decent start. At the end of the 49ers, that would make George happy. Left outside, right tackle, center. Tight end. I still have to set up the sliders for gameplay. Just tweak them a little. I'm going to pretty much go on 50% on everything, and also the XP sliders. Those are going to get boosted because if you leave them at 50, no one progresses, and you end up with the best players being in the low 80s. So we're going to push everybody up for a little bit, and then we'll push them even more once these guys that are already in the game, the studs, start retiring. All right. All the guys I scouted are gone. Alright, so let's start going in here. Tight end, left tackle, guard, center, guard, right tackle. Okay, go get my other guard. Slide what's his face to center. D tackle. Right outside. Monty Rice is a power rusher. He must be a bust though. Dylan Moses, I remember him. Patty Fisher. Cisco. Alright, so I just drafted that one. I've got a young one behind the old one at right guard. I need a center. But not right now. So, right tackle. Definitely need a tackle. Don't see any I like though. These guys are power, don't want power. It's too early for him. Let's go get this guy to play power rush. 70 and hidden depth. So he's going to play left outside. He's probably going to start. He can play both sides. Mac Jones goes to the Falcons in the 3rd round. Trey Lance goes to Carolina in the 3rd. That's probably where they should go. Kyle Trask to the Cowboys. Alright, I get 2 picks pretty close to back. First one I'm going to do is take on Cisco. You can back me up at both. Let's go back to the offensive line now. 6, 4, 4. I'm going to take this guy, move him to center. 67. All right, so I have no fullback. I need a tackle, a strong safety. Yeah, fullback. Yeah, don't care. Needed a tackle. Had to get somebody. That's not being able to scout. We're just going to skip ahead to my next pick. Tired of waiting. Need a tight end. Strong safety. Let's take Matt Bushman. Hey, it didn't give me a noise saying it was a bad pick. 68 normal. Moves into the number 2 spot, so not bad. 2 more picks. Need a fullback and a strong safety. .68's not bad for a backup. As a rookie, I don't mind. Let's take this fullback and be done. Ben Mason. So we traded Darnold off and got a 71 free safety and a 68 tight end. And took 74 Justin Fields. So, all right, we got some young depth. Let's skip ahead into the draft, and then I'll show you guys. We'll start simming some preseason stuff, and I'll show you some stuff with the contracts. All right. I said I do not like to wait to find out what their dev is because it's pointless. It's a artificial block. So we'll just go in here and take a look. Justin Fields is a star. Vera Tucker's probably a star also. I would be shocked if anybody on this list was higher than a star. Yeah. I'm going to try and fix his name. And I'm going to have to spell it really stupid. It's profane. How about this? It'll take that. It'll take it with 2 A's but not 2 E's. The Madden logic is just deafeningly stupid. That's just... Oh, I discarded the changes instead of saving them. Let's fix him. All right, Elijah Moore. We got 3 more after him. Moore's a star. Yeah, I think they're all going to be stars. I don't think there's going to be any superstars hanging out in the 3rd round on this draft board. Monty Rice, we need to move to left outside linebacker. And he's a star. God. Too fast. These transition loading pages are brutally slow compared to last year. I mean, the game is brutal compared to last year, and last year wasn't that great either, but good God, these... You gotta move more to center. Number 3. Give me 1 sec. Well, the 49ers keep going back and forth. They're playing a disinformation game, so Lawrence is obviously going 1. If the Jets don't surprise people and take Fields and take Wilson instead, I don't think there's any way you trade all the way up to 3 to get Mac Jones. I think it was stupid to get Mac Jones. And so then it becomes either Fields or Lance, and that's a coach's comfort thing. So do you think Fields has an attitude or off-field stuff? Or do you want to take the complete project and mold him how you want? So if you take Fields, you're pretty much going to play him day 1. If you take Lance, you might have to hang on to Garoppolo for a year until Lance gets used to the NFL size and speed, because that's not what he played in college. So it just depends on what they prefer. And then from there, it depends on, if Fields doesn't get taken and he slides, then you get teams like Detroit who could trade out. Atlanta could take him and get rid of Ryan after a year. Detroit could trade with somebody like Denver or New England, or I don't see anybody else down there that really... Chicago, I don't think they have enough to get all the way down there. So I think it's more of a comfort thing. Personally, if I was picking for the 49ers, I would just take Justin Fields. Take the bigger, better athlete that's played at a higher level. But that's on them as far as their team philosophy, because it's not like Garoppolo was the most athletic guy and he got him to a Super Bowl, right? So let's see, Moore didn't have he's just normal. No, he did have. I didn't check him. Yeah, once you get past like pick 10, then all of the intrigue is kind of gone. So it just depends on what's going on there, because sometimes teams will leak misinformation about other players that they want to draft so that everybody else will stay off of them. I mean, it's not like the 49ers have to worry. The only people they have to worry about taking Fields if they want Fields is going to be the Jets. And if the Jets take him instead of Wilson, and how comfortable are you taking Wilson? Or you just say, all right, I'm taking Trey Lance and we're done. So, here we go. Back to this page. So now you can see listed in order based on what the computer said our needs were. Our number one need we took care of. We took Justin Fields. He's a 74 star. Right outside linebacker. Ojulari, who's going to start. We're going to move that 73 over to left. Or we actually could move him back to middle. Because we have Monty Rice that we drafted, and he could play left along with that 68 that was already on the team. Tight end, we got our backup. We got a 71 left guard that's going to replace the 72 that's 29 years old. That's a one-year deal. We got a backup at center. Didn't take any defensive line or corners. We got a backup strong. Got a backup free. And then we got a wide receiver who could slot in as the number 3 or number 4 right now. And we can develop him. So what I'm going to do when I go into training is definitely going to put Elijah Moore as one of my focus guys. And probably the 2 outside linebackers, not the guard. The 2 outside guys. So we can get them boosted up and starting and good to go. Because that 71 guard's not going to start anyway. So he's just going to sit there and develop on his own pace, even though he's a first-round pick. And once we're done with this, I'm going to show you how we get rid of all these contracts. See that Justin Fields, $11 million and $23.4 million bonus? That's going to be 0 in a minute. Well, it won't be completely 0, but it will be next year. So, not bad. We have $87 million in cap space. That's going to go down this year, but it'll go drastically up next year. So let's get out of this, get into here, set my training, and then just put it on cruise control. And I'd like to I can do these training things and get them up to a gold and silver and really boost their thing, but the computer doesn't do that for the other players. So what I do is I boost the XP sliders more and just leave these alone and let them be a bronze. And that way I'm not upgrading my players faster than the rest of the league is. So what I want to do is boost the entire league at the same time. So we're going to sim this, but I'm going to set these guys. I don't need Fields to be in here because he's going to get enough playing time. He's going to get enough playing time, though. I don't need him to develop like that. But no, Moore's already on there. Okay, so what's my right outside? I didn't change him. Alright, need to move Rice to left, Ojulari to right. Alright, so I have power rusher on the left, that's Rice. And he's a scheme fit. Ojulari, speed rusher on the right. Cashman, we're going to move back to middle. Because he's going to be a starter next year, maybe even this year. I might start him over Trevathan and just use Trevathan as a backup. Because I didn't pay him any money anyway. So, he's not going to play. He's going to play. I want him to play and get stats and get better. So, he can take over. Beckwith is a backup. Dawkins is going to get cut right now. Alright, so 2 there, 2 there. 6 there, which means Ballantyne's probably getting cut or going to the practice squad. What's up, Revamp? Done with the draft, man. Got through the draft. Didn't take Wilson. I took Fields. Now I'm going to show you something once we get to week 5. Week 4 of the preseason. Once we get through the first 3 weeks, we have to start making our roster cuts. I'm going to show you something that Tips for Gamers Dottery Crib showed me. Saves you so much money. It's kind of cheesy, but you know, fuck Madden, they're cheesy enough on their own. I need to go fix my sliders too before I forget. We get a slot. What slot did he get? Doesn't matter because I have superstar stuff turned off. Under pressure and run stopper. I turned off all the X factor and shit. I gotta come in here and fix this. First thing I do is I am turning off injuries for preseason. Screw that. We're not losing guys for 9 weeks on preseason. Secondly, I'm turning training to auto. Hello, how you doing? Oh wow, Jimmy, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. That's a big one. Thank you. Well, guys, we are rebuilding the Jets, and we're not rebuilding it realistically. So, I'm about to show you guys how to manipulate the contracts so you have a shit ton of money to spend on your guys. What's up, Jimmy? How was your stream? Hope you had a good birthday, man. Right now I'm upping the XP sliders for the first few years, and then I'm going to bump them even higher once we get some of these current players retired. Yep, I do Mizzou Dynasties. Almost went there. My daughter goes to Mizzou right now too, so yeah, I'm a Mizzou fan. Right now I'm just getting all my sliders set. These sliders are, like I said, they're going to go up higher after like the first 5 years. Yeah, I give them 30 grand a year, 20 grand a year. Whatever her damn bill is. anyway, new guys, people that are new to the stream, I do Madden 14 a lot. I actually just took about a month off from doing that because I do a lot of recruiting, heavy recruiting. If you've ever been in 49er George's stream, I help him do his recruiting. And I started doing my own dynasties. I won a national championship with Mizzou, back-to-back actually. And then I won one doing sim only with the, Louisiana Monroe. And took some time off. And now I'm going to do some Madden. We're just going to do some sim seasons because the gameplay sucks. They've ruined the game. But I'm going to sim. So we'll do some fast sim, some slow sim. Mostly going to do team building. This particular one is not realistic. I'm going to do another one that will be realistic. And I'll do one where I pick a team, get rid of the quarterback, and go pick a free agent at the end. Like at the end of the 4th week of the preseason, I'm going to go pick like a 59 overall quarterback, and he's going to be the new starter. And I'll show you that it doesn't really matter in the sim. He'll still throw for over 3,000 yards, and I did this once before in Madden 20. Got the dude all the way up to I don't know if I got him to superstar or not. I know I got him up to the low 80s. Gameplay sliders, we're going to import those. Actually, I'm going to take this back to we're taking this down because this is out of control. Speed threshold, if you set it for 25, their 40 times are real. If you hit it to 0, then they'll play faster than they do in real life. It's just how that goes. Injuries, we're not getting crushed on injuries, so we're taking that down to 10. Everything else we're going to leave alone. Alright, so I got my XP, got my sliders. Here's the team for the guys that just came in. We took Justin Fields 2nd overall. Added Josh Rosen as a backup QB. We signed Chris Carson, Leonard Fournette, and Darius Geis as free agents. I'll show you their contracts in a minute. T.Y. Hilton and John Ross. Demarcus Robinson. Drafted Elijah Moore. And we have Mims down here too. Drafted Bushman as our backup tight end. Signed Assembly as a starting guard for now. Drafted this guy to be his replacement next year. This guy can play guard or center. And Mekki's he's a stud, so I don't have to worry about left tackle. Didn't draft any defensive line. We signed Patrick Peterson, Charvarius Ward, and as free agents. We signed this guy. This contrast, Marcus Williams. I was showing guys how to make flat contracts. So we signed him to $56 million. Cap hits $11 million a year. So look at his contract though. It doesn't go up and down. So instead of starting at like 8 and then ending up at like 15 at the end, it's flat for the first 5 years when it's paying out the bonus, and then after year 5, there's no more bonus being paid. And his salary drops all the way to $760 and $980, which means when he starts to regress, we won't be paying him anything. We can cut him, we can trade him, and we don't have to worry about any penalty at that point. And let's see, we signed Trevathan as we're going to play Cashman over him, though, because I want Cashman to get the playing time. So Trevathan's our backup, just-in-case guy. We drafted Rice and Ojulari as our starting outside linebackers. One's speed, one's power. We moved Davis to strong safety when we signed Williams. Cisco is a draft pick that we got. And we signed Joey Sly to a really cap-friendly contract as well. So those salaries again. We'll go to the running backs and I'll show you what we did. So we signed Carson, Fournette, and Geist to 7-year contracts, $3.85 million. That's what we pay them every year with no bonus, no penalty. Our whole backfield for about $14 million. 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah, close to $14 million for those 3 guys for 7 years each. So Fournette's not going to play all 7 years. Carson probably not going to play all 7 years. But now we don't have to worry about running back for at least 2 years. And we don't have to pay him. We're not paying him anything either. We also did that with T.Y. Hilton. Robinson we paid a little more. John Ross we're not paying much at all. Yeah, so those are some contract cheats. I'll show you another one here once we get through week 4. Right now I need to go to free agents and pick up some guys for backups and for practice squad. And let's see, Guyton, Tyron Johnson. Don't know that I need him. I need another tight end. Yeah, not worth it. Tackles or guards. 62. And none of those guys are worth a shit. 66 power rush. I think we got better on the team. He's pass coverage. We need speed rushers. We'll add him. That's not what I meant to do. I don't think I need to worry about safety because we just added 2 guys in the draft. Matt Gay, I don't need him because I just got Joey Sky. Don't need him. Alright, so let's go non-eligible. Let's look at the guys that could actually help us out. Nobody. Don't need those. 67 fullback. We drafted a 69, so that's not going to help. I have more than enough wide receivers. Could use another tight end though. Anybody decent age? Nope. All right. Right tackle, 68 and 66. Left tackle's 82. It's Noah Fant. God, gotta work on my ends. My tackle's so bad. D tackle, we have a 76, a 74, and a 65. He's a 66. I'm going to add him because I'm going to put him on the practice squad. And then we're going to add him to be on the starting squad. corners we have are 78, 77, 74, 72. He's a zone. These guys are all zone. What does he have besides zone? I'm going to add him for 1 year. Be our best corner. And I'm going to sign him too. So we just upgraded our corners. Hey, thank you for the follow, Hennessy. Appreciate that. All right, there'll be some more players after they make their cuts. Let's go. Generate our best lineup again. Yeah, they're gonna make Trevathan start. That's fine. Whatever. We have an old secondary. All right, so we're just going to. Actually, what we'll do is we're not going to play the full game. We're going to fast sim inside the game. But I'll watch the Jets' first possession because we'll have Fields in there. So this is how we're going to play the games during the season. We'll come inside the game, tell it to sim, do fast sim, do slow sim, watch a little bit, do the fast sim when we don't want to watch anymore. And then at other points, I might just fast sim it outside of this. Just hit the button to advance the week. And that's me. I'm the head coach. All right, so we're going to jump forward. We kicked off, so they're playing. So we will normal and go to change of possession. Hey, Franklin Myers with a sack. Tannehill throws it away. That's good. Patrick Peterson. Running back punts. All right, so let's watch Fields. There he is. His first snap as a quarterback in New York. Nice. Hits T.Y. Hilton. 12-yard pass. Good start, good start. That's Chris Carson in the backfield. What is that animation? Why did he just stop and turn around? He should have just kept running. That's a typical EA animation bullshit. He had the entire sideline to run to, and he stopped and turned back into the play. There you go. 3rd and 4. See if they're ever going to run the ball. And he throws a pick. 3rd pass in the NFL, and it's a pick. Sacked by the rookie. 4th down, kick their field goal. There we go. All right, let's jump forward to the end of the quarter. There you go. And then he lost 3. 3rd and 5. Well, not having the best start. Threw an interception that led to a field goal. Offensive line is trash. Secondary is a little old. It's going to be one of those years. We should have a high pick next year too, which is good because then we can go get us an offensive lineman or 2 or 3. Middle linebacker. But hey, at least we have Quinnen Williams and Justin Fields, right? All right, we're getting our sacks. We got 3 of them. Touchdown to A.J. Brown. There we go. Got on the other side of the 50 this time. Josh Rosen comes in to start the quarter. What a shame. I want to see Fields play more, but I know it's preseason. Bushman is our draft pick. And now Fournette's going to pound it for a while. He's actually a higher rated fullback than our guy we drafted. Man, I don't know how many sacks we have this game. It's got to be 4 or 5. Not even to halftime. There we go, Elijah Moore. Second round pick. Rosen's doing well. Touchdown to Braxton Berrios. There we go. Another sack. Yeah, Rosen's having a game. Of course, he's playing. I don't know if he's playing backups or not, because a lot of times it'll play the number 1 defense for most of the game in preseason. Pass interference. All right. I don't know who scored. I clicked the button. Advanced. Ellinger isn't doing shit. 73-yard punt. Yeah, it's going to go to halftime. Darius Geis gets in there. All right. I've had enough watching, so let's go fast sim, jump forward, end of game. $28 points. 31, nice. 8-point lead. And they get the win. Look at Josh Rosen. 247 yards and 2 touchdowns. Fournette was 70, Geis with 30. Carson didn't carry the ball much. Elijah Moore, that was a good pick. Any pancakes? Any sacks? Vera Tucker gave up 2. No TFLs. Look at that. 2.5 sacks. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sacks. Wow. No picks. 9 sacks. Defense is going to keep him in the games, but the offense is going to struggle until we get a better offensive line. That's usually the case. All right, we get a mentorship. Yeah, let's work on our power blocking. Pass or run. Let's work on pass blocking. And power pass blocking. Goes up 3. Nice. Alright, this one I'm just going to skip. Anyway, lost 23-17. Let's check on our mentorship. Three awareness, nice. And then we get another upgrade. Oh, TY wants to help out Mims. That's good. Getting open. How about medium routes? How's that? I wish they would let you see his ratings before you have to pick one. 2 in medium, 2 in release. Not bad. I have training set to auto, so. Alright, Elijah. Need to work on your route running. I like that Rice has his power and speed are very close together, so you can play either side. Yeah, you're going to need to work on your pass blocking. There we go. Charvarius did us a favor and signed that really cheap contract. And we lost by 4. All right, let's do our upgrades before we do our cuts. I'm surprised Herndon's so low. I mean, I guess he was hurt, so that would affect his ratings, but I need to go in here and set my wide receiver depths. Moore needs to see some playing time. Moore and Mims actually both do. All right, so this is the point right now where you don't want to start cutting players. This is how you get out of your rookie contracts and get them to a much more favorable contract. So, Justin Fields is getting, what's his contract? It's not going to be what it is in about 2 minutes. All right, so his contract, $11.6 million, $23 million bonus. Look at that, he's making $8 million a year, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Now how we're going to fix that? Players that are rookies, first year or second year players are all eligible to be moved to the practice squad. That means you can move Bosa, Lamar Jackson, all those guys to your practice squad, and it resets their contract. So we're going to move Fields to the practice squad, and then we're going to sign him back from the practice squad, and he's going to be on a 1-year, $17.5 million contract. At the end of the season, he's going to ask for a new contract, and he's going to sign that same very cheap deal that we got all the running backs and T.Y. Hilton to sign. 7 years for $550 with no bonus. That gets you out of having to pay these huge-ass quarterback contracts, even through their rookie seasons. This guy, is he eligible to go on? Yeah. He's going to go to practice squad for sure. Learned all this stuff from Tips for Gamers. I'm not taking credit for it. They're the ones that taught me how to do this. I actually knew that if you had somebody on the practice squad and you activated them to your roster during the season, that you could sign them for that cheap contract at the end of the year. What I didn't know is you could do that with starters like Lamar Jackson, and it would reset their contract and they would take it just by moving him there and pulling him back. So that's what we're going to do for every one of these guys. Let's move them to the practice squad, bring them back. So we're going to take a big hit on penalties this year, but then we won't have that problem next year. Moore's going to have the same contract. So Barrios we can't do that with because he's been playing 3 years. But Mims we can do that with because he's only got 1 year, right? Move him to practice squad, bring him back. So we're going to have a shit ton of guys to re-sign at the end of the year for these really cheap contracts. Josh Malone we don't need. I'm just going to cut. One, two, three, four, five, six. And I'll probably stay with those 6 because we don't have a shit ton of... Bushman's going to have the same thing. I don't have a ton of... is this guy eligible too? Oh yeah. I don't have a ton of offensive line depth, so I don't have to worry about carrying all of those guys. So all these guys are getting their contracts reset. And that goes for Mekhi Becton too. Yeah, we're not paying him all this money. Move him to the practice squad. Bring him back. Now his contract is going to be huge. It's going to be over $7 million, probably closer to 8. There you go, 7.63. Rookie 1 year. This guy I'm just going to move to the practice squad and not mess with him because I'm not really interested in him. This guy, I'm going to reset his contract because I'm not paying him. Same thing with David Moore. Move to practice squad. Now he's a hidden dev. He's a star. So that'll be nice because I won't have to pay him what he's worth for any of these guys. And he's only 1.3. It's funny to see what the difference is between some of these positions. Some of these guys are just get a huge contract when you redo it like this. Udoga's going to go back on the practice squad and come back. Anybody that's a first, second, or rookie is going to, this is what we're doing. And you can do this every single year. And these guys are going to sign a 7-year contract. So you're not going to have to deal with 5 years. They're going to progress. All right, Myers is 3, he's 6. Kyle Phillips is 2. Kyle's just going to go to the practice squad to begin with. I'm carrying an extra wide receiver. But yeah, look at this. Quinnen Williams is going to get the same deal. Let's see how big his deal is. $8 million. Right. Slayton's just going to practice. Taylor's getting cut. We only need 3 because we're running 3-4. And you could say, well, why don't you just turn off the salary cap? You could do that, and then you still have to re-sign these guys. This just saves you the hassle of having to sign them for 7 years. Be a good deal for Cashman. Now some of these lower rated guys, their salary's going to be a whole lot higher than it would have been if I'd have left them on there, but that's only a temporary thing. It's a 1-year thing. Any guys here eligible? Yes. LaShawn Austin. You can stay on the team. You're nice and young. Bryce Hall, same way. Gidry's just going to go to the practice squad. Yeah, I picked those two guys up. I was going to put them on practice squad, but I got a shit ton, and I want to go back and find if there's any other practice squad guys, that eligible practice squad guys after the teams make their cuts. Shouldn't be anybody. Well, yeah, there is. These rookies. Yeah, awesome. And this is what their contract is going to look like here. All these guys that I'm re-signing, their contract is going to look like this. After we get to the off season and they go to get re-signed, this is what their deals are going to look like. That means Quinnen Williams, that means Becton, that means Fields. That's what their contract's going to look like. You're not going to pay anybody anything. Alright, so let's see how bad it jacked up my salary cap. So I have a penalty of $32 million this year. I still have $31 million in cap space. Next year I have a $50 million cap penalty. But I won't need all that money because everybody's going to get signed for $3.85 million. So I have 2 players I can add to the team. Let's see what else is available on the practice squad, guys. All wide receivers. I was hoping I could get some offensive linemen. There we go. 68 overall, 22 years old, speed rusher. Alright, so let's go back to all. I have 2 roster spots to fill. My center's a 75. Don't need running backs. Wow. Dakota Zuma. 84 speed. He would actually start. I'll think about him. Right guard's a 79. Left guard is a 72. What's Cannon? He's definitely better than what we've got. Yeah, I'm going to sign Cannon. And we're going to sign this center. All right, we're good. So those 2 guys I just picked up, I have no intention of keeping next year. We'll just let them go, but need to give Fields a fighting chance. So McGovern's a 75. So he's going to start over him. Cannon's going to start there. All right. Offensive line is much better. What I want to do over here, though, is I want to move Elijah Moore all the way up to 2. I want him playing. Actually, I want him playing slot because he'll get more stats at slot. Defense. Everything looks pretty good. Man, we got some old people on this team. But beggars can't be choosers when that many players left as free agents at the offseason. I'm going to bring in Guyton, even though I don't need him. We'll put him on the practice squad. All these wide receivers. We'll bring Ballantyne back and put him on the practice squad. And we'll bring this guy in. All right, practice squad's full. All right, let's get through this preseason. Got hammered. Set season goal. How about... I can't get fired, so it doesn't matter. We'll put 7 wins. What's up, George? Man, I had to cut so many players and go through the offseason. I showed them the Tips for Gamers $3.85 million contract. Since you just got here, check this out. I got Chris Carson, Fournette, and Geis for $3.85 million each. T.Y. Hilton, Robinson, John Ross, they all took the deal. Defense. Trevathan took the deal. This guy I had to sign. I signed him to one of those deals where Daughtery shows you to give them $550 and then jack up their bonus to flatten everything out, which is what I did. So look at his contract. It's flat. It's 11.5, 11.5, 11.6, 11.7, 11.8, and then boom, it drops off to 760 and 980 because his bonus is already paid out over those 5 years. And I'm only paying him $550,000 in salary. So when he starts to regress, I can get rid of him. So I pay a little higher the first 5 years, but then I have the ability to toss him. We drafted Justin Fields, 2nd overall. What else? Patrick Peterson took a low deal. Charvarius Ward took a good deal. Just signed Rhodes and Verrett to 1-year deals off the free agent pool. Signed Shredder and Cannon to just boost our numbers. So we're going with a bunch of veterans and a bunch of rookies. So that's the way it is. Do I have any XP yet? No, 75. Already got scouting out of the way, so that's good. All right, so we're going to open up again. Justin Fields is going to play Trevor Lawrence, number 1, against number 2. Yeah. Oh, here. Hey, look, I have homework. Check this out. There you go. This is Madden homework. So before the draft, I go through this page right here and look at upgrade position. And it tells me what position I need to upgrade. So for next year, it's telling me I need to upgrade center, right tackle, guard, all that. So that's the order. So your strongest positions are down here at the bottom. So oh, you can't see it. So anyway, I made a spreadsheet. Here, let me go back. So this is the page I'm on. So when you go to trade page, you go to upgrade position, and it tells you what you need to upgrade. So this is what I'm going to need to upgrade next year, right? So I convert that over to this table, and then I listed all my players, depth chart going across, positions going down, and then the column where it says draft, that's the overall for the players that I drafted at each of those positions. I listed all my draft picks, who I got, what position, what their overall, and if they had a star, if they were star, superstar, X Factor, normal, whatever. I traded Darnold to Indianapolis for the 3rd and 4th round picks. And then to the far left, off the chart, where if you look at where it says RT for right tackle, it says 29 next to the RT on the left. That means that right tackle is 29 years old. So I can keep track of my guys as they get close to 30 at each position, so I know where I really need to start moving out some old guys and bringing in some young guys. So even if I have a position that I need to upgrade, like my right outside linebacker, they were both young players. But my right tackle, I really need to work on. So that's why I went and signed that guy off of free agency. Well, now they have 2 old guys at right tackle, but at least I know that's a position next year I've got to go get somebody in the draft that's young. So that's my homework for Madden. Got to have homework in every game, right? Got to keep everything organized so you know what the hell you're doing. I don't give a shit about these messages. But we have Trevor Lawrence against Justin Fields to start the season. So we're actually going to watch this game. And then I'm going to go to bed because it's 3 o'clock. Let me set these uniforms. I like that all green. Ooh, that's such a bright green. '80s. Richard Todd. We were just talking about him earlier. We're going to go with all green. Where is it? There we go. We're going to rock the all green. And the Jags. Let's go all white. Screw it. I'll leave their colored socks on there. I don't want to go super white, but I'm going to change that helmet. I like this one that has that bluish tint to it. It's kind of metallic. That's what we're going with. And I turned off X Factors. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I turned off X Factors, so it's just going to be their ratings. We're not going to get any of this extra stuff that really breaks the game. And we're just going to watch. We will watch this game. Yeah, that's fine. It's 3 o'clock. I have one match to ref tomorrow, and I'm not supposed to be up. I'm supposed to be the down ref, so I don't have to do much of anything. I got to go to the grocery store in the morning because I'm out of milk and yogurt and bananas and all that good stuff for my smoothies, man. Let's check out this first series for these two guys. We're going to go slow sim. I'm going to go the end of the quarter. Here we go. Boom. Didn't even make it to the 25. Here's the boy. You got to watch where you buy your bananas, though, George, because sometimes if you go by Aldi, they're too green and they never ripen, ever. They're just hard the whole time. Other times they're fine. If you go to our other local grocery stores, usually really good. Sometimes even Target is okay. It just depends. I don't mind eating a green banana. I don't like it when it's hard, though. I can't even get the damn peel off. Let me know if that sounds too loud. Nice. Hitting Chark for the first down. I don't know where our coverage was. Yeah, I couldn't even cut the skin off this last one's, and it was just like snapping. It was like cracking like a stick. I was like, I just threw them in the trash. Threw like the last 3 away. But I need that potassium. Boom! Nice. Is that Trevathan? No, it's Mosley. They don't taste the same if you leave the banana out too, man. It adds that extra little filler. You're not getting game audio? Really? Wow. You guys watch the game. You can't hear this annoying siren in the background. And you can hear the PA announcer too. Audio capture. For some reason it's not catching my desktop audio. Let me switch this. No. Let's try my Mizzou one. Doesn't seem to be catching any audio. Can you hear it now? Alright, let me go back to the non-Mizzou one. There's Justin. Wearing number 5. I'll have to fix that. I haven't used Streamlabs in a month, so I'm not surprised. And every time I touch the either the cables connected to the capture card or the capture card itself with my foot, because it sits on the floor right under my desk down here, behind the trash can, so it's kind of like hidden. But if I accidentally tap it, then I lose. Throw the ball away. Then I lose sound, or I lose the picture. Let me try adding audio input capture. Audio output, right? That would be my desktop audio. No, it's not that. Audio input. I'll mess with it later. That worked? Alright, hold on. I'll do that again. So you can hear it now? How about now? Because I removed the old one and put a new one on there. Is this still mute? No, you can't hear it? Okay. Let's try it again. Alright, I'm going to leave it alone and not touch it and see if that works. Yeah. I got his request right there. Thank you, Tyspot. Appreciate it. Took me a while to get the correct moderator board up because I like to watch my stream right here on my laptop that holds up my camera. Yeah. I can't say what he wants me to say, but I can tell him to go fuck himself. Homie, don't play that, right, George? I've totally missed the last drive. So I plan on doing is playing some of the games like this. We'll just sit and watch. We'll do fast sim as well, kind of like Dottery does. Other times I might just fast sim it right off the main page and just spit out the result. And so basically every stream I'm going to try to blow through most of a season. Especially if we're playing it fast like that and we're only watching part of the games and not all of them. Because I don't want to sit here for an hour and watch a game. I don't need to. I can... Once we get through the first quarter, I'll start fast simming this. I just want to see Lawrence and Fields play. But I kind of want to blow through some seasons and try and do a fast rebuild on these guys. I'm going to do the 59 overall quarterback thing where I cut the quarterback and go find a 59 out on the free agent pile at the end of preseason and start them. I've done that before and got them up into the low 80s before. And they're good because you can sign them to that really long contract for cheap without even trying. And at some point, probably over the summer, who knows, I might do it with this one. I'll try and do, I did a 30-year Dolphins franchise with Madden 20. I think I even showed you stats. It was either in Dottery's streams or in yours. And I have a spreadsheet that shows their record and what they did in the playoffs and all that good stuff for every single year. I think I still have every single draft I did for that team too. But yeah, push them out of the way. There you go. So I'll do some different things. I'll have one where I like to just goof around and do non-realistic like this. We're just going to load these guys up, kill their big contracts, and try and get some good players and make it nice and cheap so we can go get really good players when we need them. And then other ones we'll just do a regular rebuild and not do that. Get out there. Go. Give it a little bit of a variety. Does it take him 7 years to get good? No, I'm actually working on one offline with the Lions, and I think I'm in year 3, 4. I think it's 2024. I just did the 2024 draft, and they're all the way up to an 89 overall. I think their offense is over a 90. He bounced it off his lineman's head. And I'm doing another one with the Lions, and I drafted Wilson for them because he didn't get picked early. He was still sitting there when the Lions drafted, so I picked him. Traded Stafford to the Patriots, and that one I'm like 6 years in on that one, maybe 7. No, not quite 7 because I signed him to that long deal, so I'm probably 5 years in on that one too. That one's going a little bit slower. But I've watched enough of C4 and Bengal and all these other guys who do 5-year rebuilds. They turbo rebuild. And they spend all of their salary cap. We can do that. I think it was earlier today I was adding some free agents, and I can't remember which team it was for, but I had $131 million to spend. So I could pretty much get anybody I wanted. All right, into the first quarter. Let's do this a little quicker. I'm pushing X, so it's going a little bit faster than it normally does. I just got to watch when I push it, because otherwise it'll skip a whole play. There we go. First down. They seem to play better in this sim than they do the one that you watch. Incomplete. All right, we're going to go up. Good, yay. 3-0. Ooh, nice pass. I thought about doing the Jaguars because I could take Trevor Lawrence first overall, and then the rest of the draft would just be the rest of the draft, however it fell out. But I was like, yeah, I haven't done the Jets. And I know Darnold's gone, and I don't really want to take Wilson because I took him with the Lions one. So I was like, and I have Fields on the Redskins and moved them to Toronto. But I didn't want to take a chance and do Lance. I mean, second overall pick. So I took Fields. Yeah. Well, when you have those $134 million to spend, there's pretty much anybody that you need as a free agent. You can just go bid, and it doesn't matter because it really doesn't affect you. Even if you paid a guy $20 million a year, so I still only have $100 million to spend, right? All right, boys, we need to make a stop. This defense is the only good thing about this Jets team right now, at least until the offensive players start progressing. I had to get them some good running game because I wasn't going to. I can't remember the exact name of the guy that I got this from. It was on Madden Share. It was one of the higher downloaded ones. I can drop you a note. He has like 6 classes. I did 2 of them, and I'm like, it's adding too much talent to the league, so that like 75 overall wide receivers are just sitting out there. They're sitting out there in free agency, and no one picks them up. I thought about using Bengals too. I haven't tried his yet, so I might try his next. I just unfollowed him from Twitter. His tweets were getting to be annoying, so I was like, yeah, I'll watch your videos, but I'm not going to follow your tweets all day. So, but this particular one, nice, 25 yards to more. This particular one, this is the only draft class I'm going to use that's a real draft class. From here on out, it's just going to be whatever the computer gives me. And that keeps it from really inflating the league with a bunch of high overall guys early. Because what I'm going to do is I'm already boosted the sliders for this, but I'm going to boost them even more. I like to watch Mr. Hurricane, and he has one that's a Madden 21 that's the Texans, and he posted his sliders. And what he likes to do is wait until a lot of the veterans are older and they're starting to go out of the league, and then he really cranks up the XP sliders for the new guys so that they can get up to those same levels. So we have the same amount of 99s and 90s and 80s, and it's not just 5 guys higher than 90 on in the entire league. We're getting our ass kicked here. Can't do anything on offense. Hey, kick a field goal. All right, guys, we need 2 touchdowns. His offensive line is atrocious, so I'm not surprised we're having trouble. At least I have a punter that can kick the ball. Emmanuel Hall's on the Jaguars. And I did 15-minute quarters for one of the seasons for either the Lions or the Redskins, and the stats were way whacked. Like, it was the Lions, because Wilson threw for 4,700 yards, and my running back ran for over 1,000. Oh, and that Lions team, I signed Nick Chubb, 99 overall, X Factor, for the $3.85 million contract. I laughed my ass off. He's sitting there in week 2. No one had a bid on him. He's an X Factor at 99, and I got him for that stupid cheap contract. And then he tore his knee in the next to last game of the regular season on one of the seasons and kept me from doing well in the playoffs, even though I had DeAndre Swift backing him up. Come on, score something. Let's go Fields. There we go. Roughing the passer. I don't know what happened there. It just skipped the whole play. Go for it. And he throws it away. Well, that wasn't a good debut for Fields, but didn't expect a whole lot. Garbage yards. All of this garbage yards. Sacked. Yeah, I'd be pissed too. All right, let's look at these stats. He threw for 280, but he probably had 80 of that on that last worthless drive. 43 passes. Jesus. Yeah, we didn't run the ball enough. Robinson, 97. That's good. T.Y. Hilton, 12 for 130. Not bad. How many sacks? Just Cannon gave up 2. I'm glad I brought you in. Becton gave up 1. McGovern gives up 1. Jeez. Only 1 sack. Already working on that number 1 overall pick, man. Okay. Let me get out of this. Hold on a sec. Oh, nice. That's not a bad choice. And congrats on that. That's all I'll say. I'm going to leave it alone. Did I get any XP out of that game? Not enough to do anything. No. I think I might have to advance a week. Upgrade Braxton Berrios. Poor dude is buried on the depth chart because I went out and got so many veteran players instead of letting them play. Tell you what, let's fast sim this game and see what happens. And we lost 41-19. Holy shit. We got smoked. All right, who's going to get the breakout? Ashton Davis, the safety. 1 interception, forced fumble, TFL, or sack. That should be doable. And these guys want to negotiate. The guys I just picked up. Yeah, he's a guy I signed to a 1-year deal, and I didn't sign him to the other one, so he's going to want something, and he's not getting it. And this guy, I couldn't reset his contract. He's 24 years old. $18 million for 2 years as a 77. What does that look like? I have $103 million in cap space next year. I have $103 million, and that's with a $50 million cap penalty. Yeah, I'll offer him 2 years. He's normal dev, so I'm not sure he's going to do much. And he needs more work. Okay, whatever. Yeah, look at this. So 103 million is my cap space for next year. I have a $32 million cap penalty this year and a $50 million cap penalty next year, but I still have 130 million. Oh, yeah. And I haven't even signed all of those guys to their 7-year contract yet. They're still playing. So you put them on the practice squad and then sign them back. And so Fields had his rookie contract, so I had to take a penalty on his bonus. And then when I re-signed him, he signed for $17 million for 1 year. But then at the end of the season, when we get to the end of the season, it's going to say, do you want to re-sign for this? Hell, I could probably blow through this. It's 3:30. Probably need to go to bed. Let's scout some players. I'm not bringing any other. We're going to do this like a normal. Unscout it. I have a funny way of doing this too. I save the 11-point ones for later when I get 5 of them, and then I'll do 5 at one time. Let's upgrade. And I don't even look at the guys on the draft list until I get to the week before the draft. And then I will put my draft board together and look at all my players then. Usually I look right before free agency starts, so I know what I can trade away and what I can get and what's good in the draft. So if I want to add more picks or trade up. So I do it all at once instead of just dealing with it during the season. Hey, Justin Fields gets a bump. Break sack, that's good. I like to try and keep my players as balanced as possible because when you get them out of balance, then it really causes problems. All right, so he's a power rusher. He can also speed rush, but we need to get his run stopping up. Especially the offensive linemen. Defensive players, you can kind of get them out of balance, and that's okay because, you need them to be stud pass rushers. But offensive line, you've got to at least have, because I run a vertical power run, so I have to have their power up and like to have their pass blocking up. And the agile stuff, I don't really care because most of the defensive players are power move guys. What's out there in the trade block? Gardner Minshew. Any fullbacks for trade? No. Tight end. Nick Boyle, Logan Thomas, these are all 30 years old. Foster Moreau. Oh, there we go. This guy, I just traded for him in another one. They want a quarterback, but I'm not giving him a quarterback. He's an 80 overall at 23 years old. Let's see what I can get. I don't think they're going to like my right tackle choices. What about my D tackle? I've got him signed to a really good deal too. But it's a 3-4. So I could go sign another veteran. He's 26. You want the 74 guy for an 80? Nope, didn't think so. I don't think I have extra picks this year. I had 2 picks in every round. Oh, Lou, look, I do. I have 2 top 5 picks. Holy shit. Well, that's going to be nice. Nobody worth a crap there. $75 mid linebackers, 25 years old. Tight end, tackle. They all want quarterbacks. Why do you want a quarterback? What? I don't have anything better. I'm not going to trade you Fields for this guy. It's crazy. All right, I'll deal with that later. We're going to get smoked. Let's just sim some games. This is going to be a bad. We might lose it. Oh, hey, we beat the Bills. We beat the Bills. We beat the Bills. We get crushed by Atlanta, but we beat. Unbelievable. Hopefully this guy got his breakout. Nope. I don't want to pay this guy a shit ton of money. We'll go up 1 on each, and that's it. If he doesn't like this, he can fuck off. Oh, he wants to go today. Well, then fuck you then. All right. He's a left end, right? Patriots need a left end. Probably not. Yeah, Winovich. I want this guard. Uh-oh. All right, need to get a left end. I can make this work. We're going to get a good guard. I need to get a left end. They want a left guard. All right. I just drafted that guy. Dova. He's 32. All right. So. You want this guy? Probably not. Oh, they're over the cap. $4 million. All right. What about him? 1.36 million. Are they going to make me trade the guy I just signed? Left guard, right guard, center. David Moore, 1.3. It's probably not going to be enough. This is a guy I just drafted. Oh my God. They need a wide receiver. They don't know it, but they need a wide receiver. I have plenty of wide receivers. Barrios isn't going to see shit on this team. 72 for 72. Boom. Got my left end. And as I look at my left end, this guy can start and he can develop. He's only 24, right? How many years has he been in the league? 2 years, so I can reset his contract. Year going. Fucking pissed me off. We're gonna do this. We're gonna activate a dude off the practice squad and then trade him. Wrong team. Sorry. Declined. Wow. Well, you got to take him because I just activated him. So let me see. Draft picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about a 7? Is a 7 good? I'll trade you a 7 of next year if I have to. Accepted. All right. So I got an 80 guard now. 7th round pick is easy to get. All right. So McGovern goes back to being a backup. How many years are left in his contract? Two years. All right. So he's going to be a backup behind Treader, and then next year he'll start, and Treader can go bye-bye. Got some decent backups now, so I need a right tackle, a better tight end, younger middles, and is he a power rush? Yeah, power rush end. So that means when we look in the draft, we're going to be definitely looking for middle linebackers, offensive tackles, and power rushing end. Let's see. There's a power rushing D tackle. What's up, JD? How you doing tonight, man? We're doing a little unrealistic Madden rebuild here. We're doing well. Doing well. I'm showing people how to do the trading and contract tips that I learned from Tips from Gamers for the last 3 years. It's pretty... the newest one with resetting the contracts by using the practice squad is just ridiculous. I have over 100 million in cap space for next year. And that's after taking a 50 million penalty. Got to get this Jets offensive line and parts of their defense fixed. It's really a mess. I cut so many guys after last season. I started this franchise at the Super Bowl, so the very next week it was right into free agency. And I basically let everybody go. Traded away. I traded salary all over the place. I've seen you've been doing MLB The Show lately. I have not played that since I bought 17. All right, still a 76 overall. Do I have any XP yet? Not enough. Need to get my offensive line development. And we lost 28-6. Look at this. We've had one good game all year. We've just been getting smoked. 25-6, 41-19, 28-6, and then we beat the Bills. What was our preseason? We won one game in the preseason too, but at least we put some points up. I'm not even putting points up in a regular season. How do you want to handle a bye week? You guys need to extra prep. You're playing like dog shit. It's too early in the season for you to rest. For goodness sakes. $12 million for 2 years for a star D tackle. How about if we make that 3 years? Good, thank you. This guy's 30, he's going to regress. No thanks. And Peterson will look at his regression. If it doesn't go down too much and his salary demand drops a little, I might be interested. Where are you from? What part of the country you live in? I mean, that would be the first thing, is find a team close to you. Or maybe one of your relatives like the team. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anaheim. So closest team would be the Rams or the Chargers. Rams used to be in Anaheim before they moved to St. Louis. If I had to choose between the Chargers and the Rams, though, I'd choose the Chargers. They got a better team, at least right now. Younger team. Plus, there's probably not that many Charger fans in L.A. Yeah, Rams and Raiders. I'm not a fan of the Rams now that they left us, and the Raiders are gone. They're off to Las Vegas, so Raiders are kind of a mess right now. They just unloaded their entire offensive line, which was a pretty decent line. Not great, but I'd still go with Chargers. They got better uniforms, too. See, I'm from St. Louis, so we have no team. And I used to live in Denver when I was in college, so I'm a Broncos fan by default. Although if they don't stop fucking around, I'm going to switch to be a Chiefs fan, because at least the Chiefs are trying to win. All right, Amenahu, you need to get up and prove whether you're going to be a starter or just a backup. And actually, I think I have a spot open on my practice squad. Well, I would be, if I was a fan of the Rams in LA, I'd been pissed when they moved too. I wasn't happy when the Cardinals moved to Arizona. But the only good thing about that was um, they sucked so bad it really didn't matter, and we got to watch all of the national games. We didn't have to watch a shitty ass Cardinal game because they were the home team. All right, so this guy can go on the practice squad and then come right back. And I think my left end is the same way. Yep. Go to the practice squad. And come right back. There we go. So those contracts just got reset, and they will be extremely cheap moving forward after the season's over. All right. Do some more scouting. Like I said, I scout the entire first 3 rounds of players, every single player, and then I'll pick and choose from the later rounds. Typically, I go for guys that are scheme fits, but once you get to the week with the combine, then it makes it easier because you can look at the combine score. You can look and see. I have a whole chart here. George, you'll like this too. This is not my guide. See, I have it in like this, but I also have it in this as a PDF. This guy right here, this is from Madden 20, but it works for 21. This guy right here, Michael Belote, put this quick scouting guide together for Madden 20. It works for 21. And it tells you what to do. So optimize your order of scouting. He likes to scout by position. I just scout by rounds. But it basically tells you target value on a quarterback is his overall is a 66. And good quarterbacks will have an A or better throw power, B plus or better for short, medium, deep accuracy, throw under pressure, or better for all of them that are displayed. And their talent grade is a 3rd round or better. Halfbacks, your target value is a 74. They're going to have at least one skill that's an A minus, and that's among ball carrier, vision, elusive, juke, spin, and break. And then the minimum is going to be a B plus. So nothing B, B minus, any of that stuff. It's going to be B plus minimum, everything at least one A minus, and then it shows you their combine. So halfbacks need to be equal to or less than 4.59 on the 40, 7.25 on the 3 cone, 4.40 on the shuttle. So that's why you want to wait for the combine, so you can get these down, so you can see the letter grades and then see this. Because these might be great because it's relative to the draft class, but they still might suck. They still might be too slow. Wide receivers, it's got them on here too. It's got every position. I can't share. Well, I guess I could. Here, I can share it. I'll share it through Streamlabs in the chat. There you go. So now you guys have access to that, so you can read it. It's well worth reading. I did a Cliff Notes version right here for myself, so I don't have to read through everything. And it also tells you strong arm is the most drafted quarterback, power guard, offensive line. Power is the best, is the most drafted archetype. These are the most common. These are the categories to look look at for each one. Best offensive scheme to choose based on drafting is a vertical run zone or vertical power run. And then the defense is either 46, 3-4, 3-4 disguise. So anyway, if you guys like Madden and want to do better in a draft, definitely watch, go through that thing. You'll learn a ton. Yep. I have it bookmarked. I had to bookmark it. And then I took it into Excel and made my own little thing so I could just print it off and have it right here with me. See, I have a copy of it right here. See? It's all printed. Let's get these player upgrades. My wife's going to be up anytime soon and wondering what the hell am I doing up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I told her I was going to stream. I just didn't realize I was going to stream for freaking 5 hours again. Let's go. Madden is really, really slow tonight. Lost 27-24. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to blow through this whole season quick sim because it's not going to be fun to watch when they're getting their ass kicked until I can get some better players on the team. Herndon wants 12 million over 3 years. He's only a 71. No, I'll do better getting somebody as a free agent. What's up, fam? How you doing, man? Yeah, well, now we're working on Madden. All this stuff that I learned from Dottery Crib and the guys at Tips for Gamers. All right. Oh, I forgot my last 20. Sorry. Oh, look at this dude. A plus throw power and A on the throw on the run. He's a scrambler, though. Oh, I had to get this, George. I had a draft class earlier. I think it was with the Lions. I don't think it was with the Redskins. I think it was with the Lions. There was 6 first-round quarterbacks, and they all were not. They were all green triangle, green diamond ones. There was not one bust. So there was 6 first round. And you know how Madden drafts, they probably all went in the 3rd round. Holy crap. Thank you. Hey, Q, how's it going? Hey, now I'm the one staying up late while you're awake. How do you like that? What's up, Revamp? How you guys doing, man? We're deep into rebuilding the Jets, and not realistically either. Totally unrealistic rebuild. We had the I skipped to the Super Bowl and started my dynasty there, and imported a draft class in, a real draft class, and took Justin Fields 2nd overall. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Need to get the rice. Let's see. We'll go slot for DeMarcus. All right, so the guys that just got here. Yeah, it's been a month, man. Took a month off. I was a little burned out from all the mental stuff it takes to recruit both my own and helping George, and I was not feeling it. So anyway, here's our team. So we have Becton. We brought. We just traded for this guy. I had a left end who wanted a little bit too much money, and so we shipped his ass off to New England to bring this guy in. He's making nothing, and he's only 23 years old. Got these two veterans just to try and boost the offensive line and give us half a chance. Drafted this guy. Right tackle sucks. Tight end sucks. We signed T.Y. Hilton, John Ross, and Demarcus Robinson as free agents. Drafted Elijah Moore. We still have Mims. Oops. Still have Mims. We signed Carson, Fournette, and Geis as free agents, and brought in Josh Rosen as a backup. And drafted Rice and Ojulari, so we have two young outsides. We got to get younger in the middle. Moved Davis to strong. Signed Williams as a free agent. Brought in veterans Verrett and Peterson and Rhodes. Added Ward, so we redid their whole secondary. And yeah, gonna need to work on left end. So yeah, Verrett's only on a 1-year deal. So is Peterson. All those guys. The best part, for those of you that don't know this trick, is I signed Chris Carson, who was just sitting there on the free agent pile, doing nothing. 7 years, $3.85 million total, no signing bonus. He gets $550K average per year for 7 years. I can get rid of him anytime I want, and no penalty. And shit, I could trade him off when he's 30 and probably get a second or a first round pick. Yeah, we're getting killed. We're not playing well. We have one win. Yeah, we're 1-4. The Dolphins are fighting with us to see who can suck the most. But the only good thing about that is, I don't want trade block. The only good thing about that is, look at these draft picks. So I don't know who that. I gotta look in the other page. I gotta look on the roster page to see whose pick that is. At one point, it was 1-4. So whoever's pick it is that we have got much better. Whose pick do we own? Seattle. Yeah. So last draft we had 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, and 2 5s. So we don't have a 4. But we have 2 1s. So we're just going to fast sim, get through this. Lost 35-28. Locker room says, hey, I turned off coach firing, so I'm not going to get fired no matter what we do. I think we need to address linebackers. These shitheads need to get better. I got 2 rookies and 2 guys in their 30s. See these contracts. Still Patrick Peterson and Herndon. I can do better than $12 million over 3 years for Herndon. He's only a 71. He's not a star. He's just normal dev. He's probably not going to get him higher than a 75. All right. Let's just skip to the corners and get these 5 out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 more? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's regression. That's what happens. This is who we took second overall. Trying to get him more balanced. Here's his ratings. His awareness is what's killing him. His accuracy is all in the 80s. Under pressure, they're all pretty good. Throw power could be better. 86 speed. He's tough. He doesn't get injured. He's got a lot of stamina. He's just got to get his awareness needs to get up. He's throwing picks because he's unaware of which team he should be throwing the ball to. I'm sorry there's no game sound. My capture card, for whatever reason, is just not picking it up. I haven't streamed in a month, so. This guy's actually a guard. I just moved him to center because I needed a backup. His morale. I love the morale thing. Alright, so we're in week 8. Don't need a quarterback. Don't need a running back, even though they want to get rid of Kareem Hunt. Don't need any wide receivers at all. Could use a tight end, but not one that's 28 or 30. Yeah. Albert O. Can't block for shit. His route running sucks. I'll wait till the off season for that. Obviously, there's not going to be any offensive linemen. Oh, Josh Sweat. What are you? Your speed. Left end is power too. He's 24 years old. What's his contract again? I try to balance them out and not have one thing. See, look at Sweat here. He's a 76 speed rusher, 72 power, 71 run stopping. So I try to keep them from being one-dimensional. So right now, that little purple icon means on my team he's a scheme fit as a power rusher on the right side, and I think I have power rushers on both sides. I could move him to outside linebacker because I have a speed rusher on right outside, but I just drafted one, so I'm not going to do that. So if I wanted him, I traded for him, I would put his development into power rushing, so he would be a better scheme fit. Once that particular category becomes his number one trait, his number one archetype, then he gets extra points, development points, experience points each week. And you also kind of want to bump their run stopping up so that when there's non-passing downs, they're not just a pylon out there. So what is his contract situation? Usually the guy's on a trade block are in the last year of a deal. So he's in the last year of a contract, which means I'd have to pay him. It's not that I don't have the cash. If he's going to be a free agent, I can just sign him myself. I don't have to trade anything for him. Settle is always good. He always progresses up into the low 80s. Don't need a right end. I do need a middle linebacker. What's this guy's development? He's normal, but he's balanced. My style of defense calls for pass coverage middle linebackers. So he's only 2 points behind his top one, which is field general. And when you put points into field general, it actually helps both run stopping and pass coverage. He's only a 2-year pro, which means I could reset his contract. What's he getting paid right now? He's not getting paid that much, but I could still reset it and have him for 7 years. What do you guys want for him? Need a left guard, left tackle. I got a left guard you could have. How about this guy for $7 million? I know their offensive line sucks. Almost. If I trade him the younger guy, it'll take him. I just don't want to trade the younger guy. Malik Harrison. Has he got a dev? No. I don't need any of those. I basically need offensive line, defensive end, and middle linebackers. And I'm going to need some younger corners. But there's always tons of young corners on the free agent market. So can I upgrade anything yet? Can I upgrade for my offensive line? No. Soon. Hey, we beat the Dolphins. We beat the Dolphins, but T.Y. Hilton's going to bitch and moan. Yeah, no promises, buddy. You're lucky you're on the team. Nobody else wanted him. Actually, I forgot. They added the game by game. I can look at his stats here. I was going to go look at Fields' stats, but we can do it here. Game by game, what he's done. Come on. Madden's so slow. Come on. All right, so first game, 280 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. 266, 2-2. Threw 4 touchdowns against the Bills. Laid an egg against the Texans. 289-2. 291-3. 337-3. Well, his stats are getting better. 4 sacks. He's got a lot of sacks. Get the rest of these third rounders done. Once I get done with the first one for the third rounders, then I'm going to go back and do the 10 and 5.1s, finish them all off, and then we'll go back to the 4. So by the time we do that, we'll be near the end of the season, and we'll just start doing the 4th round and later guys. This guy's a 1-year. I mean, he's 32 years old, so he's going to regress. So he'll probably be a 75 after this year. So I'm not, he's just a stopgap until I find somebody better. Their offensive line was horrendous when I got the team. Wow, he didn't go up. Come on, Madden. You may get traded. Hold on. Before we play this game. Jets traded us 7 to the Patriots. That was us. So those no trades. Those are the only trades we made. So no one made a trade at the deadline. That's really weird. All right. $33-28. All right, we're gonna play ourselves out of a top 5 pick, top 10 pick. What's TY have to say now? Oh, he had a good game. Somebody won an award. Did Fields win an award? No. My rookie linebacker Rice did. 5 tackles, a sack, and 2 picks. Nice. Got to upgrade my my coach XP. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank God I don't need a quarterback. I signed Fournette to that same contract that I did T.Y. Hilton and Chris Carson. So this dude's gonna have to be one of the top corners of my team next year. Let's see, Ross. It's route running up. Man, I've gotten 2 upgrades for him, and not once has it changed his overall. Alright, let's go in here and spin this XP that I now have because I want to upgrade my offensive line so all of those new players I got can get better quicker. And also, we will do linebackers next. 45-21. Holy shit, we're on a roll. We're 4-5. We're only 1 game out of first. Look at this. We were just getting decimated. Look at this. 25-6, 41-19. Lost a close one. 2 one-score games. Man. Fields with another 3 touchdowns and 253. Carson 72. Robinson, Moore had 2 touchdowns. No sacks. No picks. Wow. Hey, good thing for us, we're in a bad division. 8 guys want to negotiate now. Okay. So this is a guy we picked up. He wants $30 million over 3 years. Yeah, you're going to regress. I don't think I want to pay you. I only picked you up as a 1-year deal. Let's see what it looks like at the end of the year and how much he drops. Same thing with you. Same thing with you. All these guys that are over 30 are going to drop. They're going to regress 5 or 6 points. So it's kind of pointless. I don't need you. Yeah. None of those guys we're interested in. So I don't have to worry about signing any free agents the rest of the year until we get to the off season, when I get to sign a whole shit ton of them. All the guys that I moved to the practice squad and then re-signed are going to have to be re-signed. So I'm going to have like 20 guys that I have to sign. And we got 4 first-round backs. Some good wide receivers. Several first-rounders. All right. I blow through the recruiting stuff or the scouting stuff really quick during the season, and I do a much longer look at it in the off season right before the draft. So if you're interested in that, I didn't mean to hit zone. I meant to hit slot. So if you're interested in that, that's way more attention paid to that right before the draft. Man, trying to get their pass blocking up is killing me. All right. Buccaneers. And we win 38-24. Wow, Fields is on a roll. We're in first place. 3-way tie. Wow. Started 1-5. We got 4 wins in a row. 4 wins in a row, and 3 of them on the road. Wow. We don't face any good teams at all. We've already beat the Bills once. Shit, we could win out. That's crazy. I think I can update my linebackers right now, too, before I get into everything else. I think I got enough points now. There we go. It's just like NCAA, man. Can't get those good recruits if you're not winning, because then you're not getting all the points, and they don't want to come play, and you have bad visits. And it's the same thing with this game. I can't upgrade my coach if I don't get any wins. I don't know why it's lagging so bad. At least we have a couple of decent options. They're not starter quality, but man, I need offensive line so bad, and it's gonna screw me. At least we got a couple of guards, but they're both agile. I hate agile guards, or just agile offensive linemen. Period. 6'4". He might have to flex out and be a tackle. All right, let's get him his strong arm. Man, that was not a good bonus there. Throw power went up. At least it's 91 now, but that wasn't a good. All right, pair of 5 and 5 teams. Let's go. 38-31. Holy shit, we just cannot stop winning. I didn't look at his stats before. Fields, yeah, I did. 253 and 3. Only 231 and 2. Did we get some rush? Yeah, Carson 94 and 2. That was good. And 315 and 2. But he got sacked 5 times. Holy shit. I'm shocked. Yeah, Rosen had to come in and throw a pass for 13 yards. Elijah Moore, rookie. He's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year for the AFC if he keeps that up. Well, Fields probably will. Take that back. Wow. Damn, there is not a tackle to be had. I'm going to have to buy a tackle in free agency. Damn. Oh, I'm out of points. Yeah, I'm going to have to spend some money on free agents on offensive line and defensive line. At least the interior line has some talent coming up. Let's go. There we go. All right, 5 games left. Can we go 11 and 5 and win 10 in a row? Nope. Lost to the Dolphins. Oh, we get to see our playoff picture. And we are not in it right now. Because the Bills are in first place. Bills and Patriots. All right, where does he rank? 6th in yards and 6th in touchdowns. He's going to throw for 4,000 yards and over 30 touchdowns. Carson's got a good shot. Look at all those vultured touchdowns by Fournette. Carson's going to get 1,000. Hilton's definitely getting 1,000. Moore might too. He's getting crushed. 10 sacks for Cannon. Look at Verrett, tied for the team lead in tackles. All right, the rookie with 12 TFLs leads the team. 4.5 sacks. Second in the team. Look at this. The 2 rookies are leading in sacks. And the one is tied for first. Rice is tied for first in interceptions. Wow. He might win Defensive Rookie of the Year. My nose is driving me nuts. Let's try and get this scouting polished off. I'm so hungry and I need to go to bed. All of these safeties are overrated. need some of these corners. Yeah. It's good. I'm going to need at least one of those guys. Sorry you guys don't have sound, but you would probably get tired of listening to that noise every time it upgrades. Look at that, it's 3 of them I put into Becton and his overall hasn't changed at all. The hell? Alright, battle for first place right here. Yep, we beat him. And we're 1 game behind the Bills, and we still have the Bills to go. Look how tight that division was. The Dolphins were 1-6, and we were 1-5. Still has us out. Oh no, we're in. It has us as the number 6. All right. Look at all these overrated players. Damn. This is a weak draft class, man. Fields gets another upgrade. Hopefully Bushman's not our starter next year, but that's quite possible that he might be. All right, let's beat the Saints. Yes. What's that do to our playoff picture? Moves us up to number 4, which means we jumped ahead of the Bills. So both the Bills and Patriots are out of the playoffs now. Ooh. Breakout player for who? Herndon. Of course he wants to break out now before he gets paid. I'll pay him if he gets to star dev. Three teams at 8-6. What do you do against the Patriots? 325 and 2 with 4 more sacks. Good God, he's going to get sacked 60 times. .332 and 2. Wow. He's got to be close to 4,000 yards. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Been sacked 31 times. Yep, Carson's close to his 1,000. Yep, Moore's going to get his. Well, yeah. Need middle linebacker help. They're going to force me to do everything in free agency. Bastards. Give me some players. That's going to be interesting. There's not going to be a whole lot. I'm going to. I might have to trade it up into the higher rounds as quick as possible. There we go. Peterson's up to an 80 now. Might have to package a bunch of stuff and move up because it looks like it's very top heavy. That's a nice. Both of them jumped to 80. That was a nice upgrade. He didn't get his upgrade. He didn't get his Star Dev upgrade, so he's still not getting paid. All right, pair of 8 and 6 teams. 8 and 6. Jeez. Who are the Patriots playing? Playing the Dolphins. Wow. All right, so that's pretty big. 2 weeks to go. This will be a deciding factor right here. We're going to go to the playoffs or not. Nope. Got smoked. Are we out of the playoffs now? Yes. So we're going to have to win next week against Denver and hope for some help. Laid an egg at the wrong time. Ah, I think I forgot to turn injuries on. I had them turned off for preseason. I was wondering why nobody was getting hurt. And that's 4 or 5 I put into Becton with no increase in overall. Good God, what is wrong with this? Damn. Sterling Portis. All right, here it is. We're going 9-7 and squeaking in as a wild card. No. Wow. Nice run, and then we fall apart at the very end. Well, that's disheartening. And the Patriots go and the Bills don't. Man. Look at Washington, #1 seed. Who saw that coming? Let me see who's playing quarterback for Washington. Alright, so I got to do all my end of season upgrades. And then I'm going to bed. And I will sim through the playoffs and re-sign my players and get ready for the draft on the next stream. And there's a possibility that'll be later tonight after I'm done reffing. We'll see. Come on. Let's go, Madden. Need to get out of this mod view. Hold on a sec. Yeah, never mind. I can't see who else is on. Come on. I have no idea why it's lagging so bad. It does this even when you're not playing on stream. It's just takes forever and ever and ever. Captain Morgan. Maybe this guy gets 2 upgrades. He might make the team next year. Let's go. It's the last guy. Come on, come on. Ooh, that was a nice upgrade. Dude went up 4 points. What was his stats? All right, we're going to look at the stats on these guys real quick, and then I'm going to bed. Look, he passed for almost 4,300 yards. 4,297 with 31 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and 39 sacks. Jesus, we got to get the... Imagine if he wasn't sacked so much. 1,000 yards for Carson. 1,000 yards each for Hilton and Moore. How many sacks did they allow? 12. 20 sacks by my tackles. Ojulari, 18 TFLs. Wow. 6 sacks that lead the team. Yep, tied with Rice, the other rookie. Rice had 3 interceptions. Tied with Ashton Davis for the lead. We were third in offense with 6,000 yards. 24th in defense. And our defense was stronger than our offense was at the start of the season. Scored 11th most points. Allowed the most. The second the most. Jesus. Mahomes wins the MVP. There we go. Justin Fields, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Monty Rice, Defensive Player of the Year. Ojulari was second. So Joey Sly was the best kicker. Alright, that's cool. Wonder if that means Fields is going to get a dev upgrade or not. I didn't check. Hold on one sec. Let me look at this again. 4th in passing, but 10th in... So I think he's just shy of getting a dev upgrade, so he's going to stay a star. Oh well. Well, thank you everybody who stopped by and both raids. Really appreciate that. All the guys that subbed, thank you fam for both the raid and the sub. And George, thanks for stopping by. Jimmy, hopping in on your birthday night and giving me a raid as well. Appreciate that, guys. I am going to head to bed since I've been on for 4 hours and 47 minutes. It's like 3 hours longer than I thought. And hopefully you guys will have fun. I'm in my moderator view, so I can't see anybody to, I don't even know if anybody's on to go raid. Let me switch my screen and see if that works. Yeah, I don't see anybody that I know on. So I'm not going to hand you off to anybody. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, so you guys can all go to bed. Or if you're getting up, go have a good day. But I appreciate it. It was long overdue. It was a good month off, so I'll be back doing Madden for now. And once we're done reffing, we'll get back into college football and college basketball, and maybe throw in a little NHL hockey too. You never know. So we'll have a lot of day streaming in the summer. But anyway, I appreciate it, and I will see you guys later on. Hopefully, either later tonight or Friday during the day sometime, and possibly Saturday. Might as well jump all the way back in, right? So, and I'll try to get my sound fixed so you can actually hear the sound from the game itself. So Anyway, have a good one. Talk to you guys later on.